DC. It's Tuesday, May 28th, a little bit after 4 p.m. Call this meeting to order. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
It will be, all in favor say aye. We have no members on Zoom.
Aye.
And it will be Val, Carrie, Abby, myself, and Joe. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, carries unanimous, no dissent. We're going to jump over number 1 and 2, which are ratified commissioners' discussion of 5/21/24 and election of officers, and move to signs and await Ray's arrival. Who's going to walk us through signs? Well, actually, let me, hold on a second.
There he is.
Nope. It's fine. There's a hand raised. Is it on signs?
I don't know, it just went away.
Okay. Can we just get a motion to approve signs subject to recommendations of the sign committee?
I'll make that motion.
Same board on your motion, or actually, I'm sorry, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair. We are at number 1 when you're ready.
Okay. You just went through signs?
We did number 3, and I can dispense with 1 pretty quickly if you want me to make motions.
You mean dispense with 4?
1. We skipped 1 and 2.
We skipped till you got here.
Oh, got it. All right, so number 1 is, item number 1 under 1 is consent with conditions, policy discussion.
Just to ratify.
Is it literally just a ratification?
Yeah, both items.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, well then, you're right. You can dispense with that quickly.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to ratify our discussion on consent with conditions policy, and 2 for our authorization for the chair's de minimis, approval of de minimis modifications, both on 5/21. That's my motion.
Okay, and we don't have Diane or Angus here, correct? So we're in a rotation. I'll do Joe. So on Stephen's motion, Val?
Aye.
Hey, you know what?
All in favor, say aye.
Nobody's on
Yeah.
Zoom.
Aye.
Oh. Okay,
OMG.
wow. All those in favor, Joe's on this, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. And then the second one, Stephen?
That one was included, so we're good to go.
Oh, it was, okay, we're on both of them. Now, so you left off with signs or signs to be heard by full board?
We left off with, we skipped number 2, and then we
Oh,
accomplished
election
number
of
3.
officers. Yeah, here we go. So, folks, we're election of officers. I don't know whether you guys know this. I think some of you do. I've been the chairman of this board for at least 9 years, and I think that it's time that somebody else had a chance at it. And I actually would like to give this guy, Stephen Welch, a try as chair. And I'd be willing to take vice chair, so, things would be very similar to what they are now. But, so that's what I have to say about that.
Do we need to second or no?
I don't believe so.
You just make it as a motion.
Okay.
You could say that's my motion.
I'll make that my motion.
Okay, now I do have to identify, so Connie.
Val Oliver.
Well, thank you, but Connie will be sitting on this vote, okay? So, what was your motion?
My motion would be to nominate Steve. Are we doing you two separately, or can we do them together?
However you want to do it.
Yeah.
To have Stephen be the chair and you switch to vice chair, that's my motion.
Okay, so all those in favor of Val's motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone in opposition to that? Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
A little vacation for you.
Now, wait, I'm not officially gone yet, and so I think that instead of saying Mr. Chair, we should say His Holiness.
Ah,
I think that would,
Only when it's the vice
I
chair.
think, hey, you is good enough.
Yeah.
all right, that's terrific. So,
The
actually,
only formalities will be consistency. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we're going to move on to signs to be heard by full board. I've been relishing this. Rob Benchley is presenting. Is Rob with us?
Yes,
Great.
he is.
Yes,
Hey, Rob, welcome to the HDC. Why don't you walk
Thank you.
us through these?
I'd be happy to. Let's see, Fiona, I think it is. Can you put up the last entry from the UPAC that was posted? I believe it says Sconset Trust 24 Sankaty. It was at the bottom of the list on the ViewPack. I'm pretty far away, so I don't have access to these files except for what you guys have that was posted on the ViewPack.
They're working on it, Rob.
Terrific. Thank you, Ollie. And while Fiona's looking at that, I presented these to the sign committee a couple of weeks ago, and there was a little bit of confusion. So what I'm doing here is just giving you an overview of what the Sconset Trust has been working on for the last 6 or 7 months to update the signs that are currently at the site at Sankaty. They've been there since 2009. And we're updating because we've discovered new information. We've discovered correct information. We've figured out that there are, just from the visitors that we have up there on a daily basis, that there's a lot of things that people want to know. So basically, there are 5 signs. There were originally 4, and it'll become evident as I go through. You can see on the upper left is Sankaty Head Geology. That's a replacement sign for an existing sign. And then there's the Lighthouse Facts sign. This is a new sign that replaces one that we're retiring. And basically, you know, the height, the weight, the materials, and you can see some erosion graphic there on the bottom. And by the way, all of these signs were designed with the basics of the National Park Service as well as the Nantucket sign book. And so when these are blown up full size, the type's very readable. It's a minimum of 20-point type, darker background with lighter letters. Okay, and then you see there on your screen, the lower left is Moving Sankaty. That's a new sign because, you know, the move was in 2007. We've never had a sign that shows people how they actually did it. And the lighthouse really, you know, it's only open to the public about maybe 4 times a year. And so I would hazard a guess that thousands of people who visit Sankaty on a daily basis throughout the year don't get the benefit of some of this information, and we know that they ask the questions. So that's why the Moving Sankaty sign, it was all fresh in our minds in 2007, but we're a few years down the road. And so there's that. Just brief explanations, not the entire history of everything, but just to give our visitors the courtesy of some information. And then the one on the lower right now is, on the lower right there is the what we call the site plan sign. And that was confusing when we were doing the applications because it asked for a site plan. And this is our site plan of the site plan. Well, what that shows is the 4 major eras in the housing, the keepers' houses and everything. And it gives you a historical look at the footprints of where the building were as they relate, obviously, to the severe erosion over the last 175 years, which has been ongoing, and as we all know, is continuing. And so those are the 5 basic signs. And I think if you scroll down some more, what you'll see, I just went from, here are the existing signs. And what we're going to do, members, is we're going to keep these old frames. Dave Shampoo made these for us all those years ago, and they've lasted beautifully. They've weathered in nicely, and they work very, very well in terms of visibility and also accessibility. You know, the site was graded for the ADA considerations, and we found that these, we've been told too, that these signs work very well for that as well. So you can, if you're at a lower angle, you can read them, and if you're standing, you can read them very well. In the lower left there, you'll see that there's the proposed sign for the new fact sign isn't there because we don't have one, but all these will be replaced. We're just taking out the old signs and putting in the new ones. And they're digitally printed, and they're on the backside of a Lexan kind of a material. And similar frames, but with the new copy digitally superimposed on the existing frames. Just to give you a sense of how they fit in the landscape. I think I mentioned that we have not paying attention to that Coast Guard sign at the top. That's a whole nother story. But we have 4 existing signs. We're adding a 5th. And the 5th sign that we're adding is the fact sign. We're going to move the geology sign, and all these shiftings around and everything are part of the full application, which has got a total of 5 for these signs, a total of 5 separate applications
Rob,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I think you've covered it in a way that is sufficient for us to launch a discussion and a vote. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Great, absolutely, yep.
Okay, great. We'll start off with any questions anyone has.
Question
Val and then
for you,
Carrie.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Rob, what's the material? Is it like plexiglass over them?
Yeah, it's printed on it's back printed on, it's like plexiglass, and it's got a matte finish to it. It's the same that we had done in 2007, and it's amazingly durable.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Carrie?
Yeah,
My question is along the similar lines, but what about fade proof? Is Lexan fade proof from the sun? Because the colors are so bold and beautiful. What about that?
yeah, we've having been keeping an eye on the ones, especially ones where there's some darker elements. I've been so impressed with the quality of the kind of printing that allows for however much sun we get, that much sun.
Great.
Been hardly any fading at all. And as far as the dirt goes, on the signs, that's been the keeper's responsibility to go up there with Windex, and he hasn't done it much recently, but that works too.
Okay. Thanks, Rob. Any other questions? Holly, do you have anything?
Just that these are face changes, and that's it.
Okay. Rob, would I be correct in presuming Sconset Advisory has no concerns?
I think you would be. Most of our members are not even in the country, so
Okay. If they're not in the country, they don't get a say.
they don't get a
Let's
say.
see. Your board will be myself, Abby, Carrie, Ray, and Val. And are there any concerns?
None.
No, I could make a motion if you want.
Can I?
No, you go ahead as vice chair.
Be my first motion.
There you go.
I move to approve all 5 of the new signs.
Okay, excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, carries unanimously.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Rob.
Thanks, Rob. That's okay. It's going to take a little
Thank you,
while.
everybody.
It's going to take a little while.
Okay, let's see. Why don't we call off who needs to recuse from consent?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Val and Ray are recused, and Carrie. So that will be myself, Connie, Joe, and Abby. Can you get a motion to approve consent?
Motion to approve consent.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously, there being no dissent. Consent with conditions, recusals?
I have
I
a
do.
question, because I have one in there,
Okay,
if I may.
yeah.
Just wondering why under Nick Ray for the shed, it says not to be seen at time of inspection in perpetuity like a pool.
Can you give me the number you're referring to?
It's number 3, and I think it's Joe.
Consent with conditions.
Joe?
I did not make that recommendation. I made a comment in my, putting that on consent, that the transom was unusual, but it, because it's wider than the door, that it's below it, but it faces inward to the lot. So,
Okay, thank you. Val, do you have a concern with the condition? If you do, we'll pull it and we'll just discuss it at next.
I guess so, because as I read it, it's the whole shed. It doesn't specifically talk about the transom.
Okay, so I think it'd just be quicker to dispense with it as a separate matter. So
Okay.
with that said, are you still in need of recusal? If that gets pulled off?
No.
Okay, so it'll be, Joe, did you say you had to recuse?
I do not.
Okay, so Carrie?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so it'd be myself, Abby, Connie, Joe, and Val. And the motion would be to approve consent with conditions except for number 3, 37 Somerset Road, which will be heard next. Can I have that motion?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Val, ladies, can we queue up 37 Somerset Road, number 3 from consent with conditions? Now.
It's on consent with conditions.
Yeah, okay, just to make sure.
Wait, is this the right date?
Actually, I did recuse. You recused?
No, it's number, what's the date?
It's,
It might not be.
Okay, we good?
I don't.
The board will be myself, Abby, Ray, Carrie, and Joe.
Okay. I believe, sorry?
May I suggest we look at the elevation and then just show us the site plan?
Yeah.
Because I think
Yeah.
we're familiar with the concern, so. And the site plan?
West is what faces the rear.
And west is, I didn't see the cardinal points on the elevations. Which way does the transom face?
West.
West. Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns?
I would just go back to the elevation so you can see what's seen from the road, which is the east. The one with the windows.
And Mr. Chair, do you mind if I speak since I?
No, please.
Yeah, this was intended to be on consent. I think one of my comments was that the transom was unusual, but because it faced inward, that it could be fine as submitted.
It
And
sounds like the kernel of emotion in there.
Mr. Chair, may I ask
so, but
a question? On the site plan, there shows 2 driveways. Is the existing one being removed?
Yeah, I thought I pointed that out. The new one will be moved per the the ordinance, and that one will be closed off.
So there will be vegetation there?
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, you got a motion?
Yeah, I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
We're on to number 7, old business, and Ray is chairing that one, and the next one.
Actually, so
sorry.
I think there's a bit of confusion here because I'm listed as the chair. But, and I know that I need to recuse because I'm on the board and,
was on it.
oh, you were on.
I was.
Okay, because I believe Abby would need to chair because Stevens,
Accused.
yes, and somebody else, oh, Joe Paul, of course, was recused. So Abby,
oh, the solar?
Yep, okay.
Is that
Abby?
Toby?
do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, can I actually, just before we, Abby, would you clarify, just, I think it's important enough to make a motion to have the agenda modified to reflect Ray, myself, and Joe Paul are recused as of the prior hearings.
Okay,
I can't make that motion because I'm recused, and then Abby's chairing.
let's see, let's see, who can make that motion? So Ray are you recused?
I am.
Okay, so all of, Val, can you make that motion?
I'll make that motion
Okay,
to amend the participating commissioners on the agenda.
okay, all in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Thank you. Oh, all right.
So as we recall, myself and Connie were on it, with the
Yes.
two of you, and Diane.
Yes.
Okay.
So it leaves a four-person board.
Right.
Okay. All right, Toby?
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Tobias Glidden for the Nantucket New School. This was on the view. You guys had a chance to look at it. I also did make some adjustments. We're going to be putting some solar on. There's a kind of underground, essentially, awning, more or less. A thin row of panels that's essentially underground. I don't know if you're familiar with the building, but there's this kind of amphitheater on the south side of it. We've also recommended a raising of the hedge that is on the very front. I supplied some additional pictures for the board. Pretty straightforward application. This building is about 300 feet from the road, very much in line with lots of other solar that's approved on the island. There's a slightest amount of visibility, but I feel it's very much in line with the board's policies of approving solar and also many other solar arrays that we have on this road.
Do you have any more drawings of, oh, here
Yep.
we go.
So you can see there's that lower pitch. We added in some solar in there.
Yeah,
That's the south elevation or the side of it. Call that the front, I guess. And then the west elevation, you're not going to see that at all, except maybe from the bike path and then the east elevation, that is the section you might potentially see. Again, this building, if you look at photo B, is, set back. And there's some trees right there that just aren't even in bloom yet.
all right, terrific, thanks, Toby. Okay, so the board is Carrie, Connie, myself, and Val.
I'll go.
That would be great.
I was okay with this originally. Part of the reasoning is just the function of the building. I think this sort of qualifies as a unique situation. I sort of equate it with what we've allowed to happen at the Boys and Girls Club. And I do think it's minimally visible. The way the building is set up, it's hard to tell what is the front and what is not the front. So I'm good with this.
Okay, great, thanks, Carrie. Val or Connie?
My only concern was the east, because that would be the visible one, and nothing changed there, and I guess they just added some more, so I will
Contact?
just say that.
Okay, thank you, Val. Connie?
Yeah, I am the same as Val. I was originally against the visibility and on the east, and don't see any changes. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, good. I'm sort of on the Carrie side of this, so it looks like we might have a split board.
I-
Not necessarily.
If it's,
I just want to say, excuse me. That's fine if you guys want to make exceptions for buildings that have a special function, but we need to discuss that as a board and be consistent about it, and that's all I'm going to say. So given the minimal visibility, and if they do try to do some kind of screening, that would be appreciated. I would be okay with this.
Yeah, I understand that. Val?
we are committed for the hedge to grow up a little higher, so that will minimize the visibility.
That might be part of the motion.
We did record it as well on the
Yeah.
plans we submitted.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So would you,
I'll motion to approve as submitted. Because of the vegetation is on there.
okay. And, all right, so on Carrie's motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
I'm gonna abstain.
abstain. I'm an aye. Carrie on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, that passes. Thanks, Toby.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Yeah, so, thanks. Now we're on to new business. First item of which doesn't really appear to be new business, but because we have an established board. Is Tori here? Live or
I do not see Tori.
do
Oh, wait, I
not?
do. Hold on. Let me allow her to comment.
Couldn't find this on my
She's rejoining.
iPad.
She is here.
Which one? 21 Field?
Couldn't.
Oh.
Yeah, this was from the 14th.
Is Tori on?
Yes.
Okay, Tori? She muted?
I don't see 21.
No.
She's here, but she's not.
Hey, Tori, we can't hear you if you're out there talking.
Thank you. Oh, no, do I do that? I would say I wouldn't.
Tori, you need to hit accept permission.
No, Tori?
I don't see it on the.
Oh, I don't see it on there either.
Oops, sorry.
Seems like we kind of have a double problem here. One is that Tori, the rep, we can't hear her. And two is that I'm not sure that anybody, including staff, can find the folder for this. So, no Tori.
Why don't we skip?
Hey, Tori, if you can hear me, chime in when you're able to unmute or whatever the issue is on the other side, and then we can come back to you, but, okay, great. All right, so then it's to you.
The only problem with that is, Tori, it'd probably be better if you can do it from your location because you can screen share, because otherwise we don't currently have the file to display. Okay, let me ask this. Are you going to be able to locate it in the next hour?
It's exciting. 3 Backstreet.
Okay, so we're going to move on, and hopefully it will come up in our files, and we can revisit it later in the evening with Tori. Right. That puts us at 3 Backstreet. Luke? Your board will be, Luke, 3 and 1 are essentially, I think what we're going to do is 3, 1, numbers 2, 3, and 4, which are 3 Backstreet and 1 Backstreet, as the same board, which will be myself, Abby, Connie, Ray, and Val. And you can proceed when you see your site plan. And direct staff, please, to what page you'd like to be on as you present.
This is 3 Backstreet. This building is just coming over from number 1 Backstreet. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. And if you go to A2.1, if you recall, we've sort of reconfigured the site, we've subdivided, the middle subdivision line is different, which is why we're kind of reconfiguring these buildings. But yeah, basically this shows on the left the existing building. This was a modular that arrived, I think, in the 90s. On the left, there's a porch and railing. so that it fits on our site. We're proposing just a standard 4-bay, so we're removing that porch. We're basically replacing all of the windows. And then as we're essentially just telescoping, as many of the in-town buildings do, to the rear. And it's a simple boxy sort of Quaker building is what we're hoping we hope we have achieved. This street has a number of very similar buildings on it if you've been up and down it. And we feel as though it fits in well. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Any questions at this point?
Yeah,
Abby and then Val.
I just want to know, what are we looking at first? 3 Back Street move on additions? Is that what
Correct.
we're looking at? Okay, thanks.
Val?
So with that said, it would have been easier to understand looking at the one next, because that's the move off of this building. There's no photos of it in this application. So.
Well, why don't we just, is anyone, Luke, there's photos in the next set?
Yes.
Okay, why don't we pull up that set? We can flick back and forth as we need to. And we'll quickly go through the images.
The new dwelling?
No, this is
this
the
is
one
the
that's
move off.
moving from the lot next
The
door.
move off,
Move off, okay.
shown in the elevations, except for the porch won't exist on the move on.
So
Val, go ahead.
just as an aside, I noticed looking through a lot of applications, folks don't include photos for some reason anymore, and it's really imperative to do that. And so I'm glad these are here and easily to access, but with every application, I'd appreciate having them, whether it's an old business or new business.
Actually, I'm just going to add to that. This is kind of our, I think should be our standard approach is on the cover sheet. You have site plan, the locus, and the 4 elevations. Go ahead.
I don't have any problem with it moving over and/or, well, I guess we're talking about the other one, what he's doing to the other one either.
Yeah, can we go back to the other one? A move on with addition.
It presents very classically, like a lot of things around there.
Okay, I'm going to go to Holly, see if she has any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'll merge my 2 comments for both. I echo what Val just said, that it would have been helpful to have photos in the other application for the move on with the addition. That said, I believe the existing structure, what Luke had mentioned, about 20 years old, 2004 is what I could see. As much as Val mentions we need photos, we need to also indicate dates of construction on COAs. As far as the revision or the changes to the structure, obviously photographs would have been helpful in that application. And my only real main comment was how do the changes fit into the context of this historic neighborhood? That was my main comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Let's see, it's again going to be myself, Abby, Connie, Ray, and Val. And Val, you spoke. Who'd like to go next? Ray?
Stephen, can I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey. Just obviously identify your group.
Yeah, thank you. So Mickey Rowland, I'm representing Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. And we didn't really have any big concerns with this application, except that it would be appropriate to see a chimney somewhere on the building.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Ray?
Did you say Ray?
Yeah.
Oh,
You're first.
okay, so, sorry. I have no problem whatsoever with the move off. Move on. Sorry, you caught me at a bad time.
Want some water?
Thank you. And I think the new application is the revisions that you've made to it are appropriate. And if you can accommodate HSAG's concern or interest in having a chimney on there, so much the better, is my comments.
Thanks. Abby?
Well, I kind of miss the porch. I think it kind of made it sit down a little, and it gave it a little character. But now it shows this sort of naked front door. I wonder if we could pump up the trim around the front door at least and give it some sort of a historic trimming out. I think I guess we are talking about the massing going back. Because I think that's a little on the chunky side. I think it doesn't really telescope back enough to really sort of feel historic. So I'd like to see some differences in those three massings. And just a minor thing, on the front of the house, the south elevation, on the second floor, you have some windows that have sort of a shingle course just above them. If you're putting in new windows, it would be nice just to have those go right up to the fascia strip there and not sort of look a little pseudo. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad to have a chimney. That would really sort of bring it back into the, whatever this is, 18th century, 19th century look. That would be nice. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Connie?
I have nothing really to add. I have no concerns with the move off, and a chimney would be nice if that could be added. And I really don't have any other concerns with the move on or the addition.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, that leaves me. Yeah, I agree with the move off, no concerns, move on. Yeah, a chimney would be nice, given the area and the style of the home. What would we like to do for motion?
Motion to approve, maybe adding a frieze
Okay.
above the windows on the front only, because those are existing in the holes they're existing in. And to mitigate that shingle space and add a little more trim around the front door.
Okay, you want to do
Since it
that?
doesn't have a chimney now, I am okay with it.
Okay, you want to do that as an Exhibit A?
Yeah.
So,
Could we just add one more thing to that front door thing is the staircase, whatever, the steps, they just look a little. Yes.
baluster.
Thank you.
And baluster.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the motion is Exhibit A, and on your, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed because of the massing. I wanted the telescope.
Okay, fair enough. Abby, let the record reflect one opposed, Abby. That moves us to that was for the move on with addition. The move off, can we get a motion on that?
Motion to approve the move off.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So now we're to one back street and a new dwelling. Same board.
So this is, again, in keeping with the styles on the street, a three-bay with additive massing, one story, and a secondary mass telescoping out the rear from a standpoint of two-story, and a roof walk. Pretty standard building.
Anything else, Lou?
No.
Any questions at this time? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is infill with the OHD. I would consider this new dwelling a typical Nantucket type. It's got a 27-foot to the ridge. Appreciate the typical Nantucket style with TDL windows within the OHD and 6/6 double hung. Appreciate the additive massing off the rear and the one-story masses on the sides. The roof walk needs a chimney. Or actually, appreciate that. With that. I am curious of the streetscape with the height of this dwelling in relationship to the neighborhood. Again, it's appropriate architecture vernacular, but at the same time, what does that look like with the rest of the street? So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Mickey?
Yeah, our concern was mostly around the size of the roof walk. It looks wider or deeper than a normal traditional roof walk, which typically is about 7 or 8 feet deep. This one looks bigger than that, so we'd like to see it brought in a little bit narrower. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to begin? Ray?
I have a question.
Yes.
We'll see whose eyes are better, Mickey's or mine. Like, I would have said that this roof walk was 8 feet wide, spanning over the ridge. Is it more than that?
No,
It's 12 by 10.
Oh, really?
Is that what it says?
Okay, so assuming that the 12 is going the ridge way, then 10 should become 8.
Anything else?
That's it. I
Okay,
think it's a handsome building.
thank you. Let's see, Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing else. I agree.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because it will pull it a little bit away from the chimney too, I think. Actually, is it the
Point of
other way?
clarification there.
Yeah.
It's the length I'm not changing, or was not suggesting change, I was suggesting changing the depth.
Yeah, okay. All right, no, I think it's a good-looking building, it's just a little close to the chimney, but, what are we gonna do about that? Nothing. So. I don't even have my volume on, so. Scratch whatever you
Yes,
You
heard.
wanna-
everything you said mattered.
Yeah. You want a more succinct retry?
I agree with what's been said.
Val?
Yeah, I think it's fine, and I would just note that roof walks were typically very close to chimneys because they were there for that reason. So either in the chimney, in the roof walk, or just beside it. So I think it's perfectly appropriate.
No, nothing to add. Val, you got a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay.
What? Oh, with the width
Yeah.
of the roof walk
I'm just
going
checking to make sure you're with us.
From 10 to 8 feet wide,
Me
As
or
an,
her?
as an Exhibit A?
as an Exhibit A.
So, a motion is Exhibit A. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. That brings us to 2 Quarter Mile Hill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Tori has.
Okay. I want to check and see if we, actually, would you mind handling this one, and I'll see if we have the file?
Yeah, don't mind at all. So,
And I'll step out.
so you're stuck with me again. Stevens left the auditorium. 2 Quarter Mile Hill. Ethan.
Hi.
Yeah, so let's see. Val, Abby, myself, Joe, 1, 2, 3, 4, and Connie. Did you find it?
They're going to signal it.
You want to sit on this?
No, you go ahead.
Okay. All right, so board, once again, Ethan, sorry for the confusion. Val, Abby, Ray, Joe, Connie. Okay, let's go.
Okay, Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. This is work that was done due to a private sewer line replacement on this private way, which is Quarter Mile Hill off of Main Street. The work occurred, was completed, and then someone questioned what happened with the cobblestones because they paved the road with shell. So our client is at 125 Main. They also tie into this. 2 Quarter Mile Hill is the address for this application. Nobody owns this way particularly, but it is a private sewer line and a private way that these people use on a regular basis. In fact, only 2 Quarter Mile Hill, I believe it's the only house on this whole street that is completely landlocked, that doesn't abut another road or have another access point. So that's why 2 Quarter Mile Hill is the address on the application. So it was originally a cobble, sort of way prior to the work being done. All the cobbles were sort of torn up, removed. It was, I wouldn't say it was a regularly cobbled way. It was more dirt than probably cobbles at this point. But when they replaced the paving of the road part, they just put down shell. I don't know what the full story was. I'm guessing it was because it's exponentially more time consuming and expensive to put down, to repave the whole road with cobbles. They did restore the cobble apron section and the fieldstone kind of pavers in the front. They basically brought it all up to grade and made it smooth, so now you can kind of walk across without sort of tripping. It actually looks pretty good. The other thing, just to give you a little background, and again, I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing that they were looking at the shared way, which is 2 houses down closer to the monument, which has this exact same paving scenario. So if you look at the site plan, if you scroll 1 page backwards, okay, it's the shared way. So Quarter Mile Hill is the center area that's shaded blue. The other shared way that I believe they looked and used as a reference is just a little bit further down the street. And again, it's literally the exact same condition from the shell to the flagstone or fieldstone kind of pavers to the cobble apron. So that's sort of the story. And I guess we're here to just sort of explain to the board, what happened and just give a little bit of background. So, thank you.
Okay. Ethan, thank you. Let's see what Holly has to say about this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this driveway work, it was already done due to sewer work. The apron and sidewalk were what I believe a like-kind replacement as previously it was. Obviously, but the biggest change here is the change of material to Quarter Mile Hill itself of cobblestone to shell. I think the cobblestones are more historically appropriate. Yes, there are other ways around the area that are that way, but cobblestone, sorry, Quarter Mile Hill has been there for a long time. If you think about the structures that are at the end of this way, these structures have been there from the 1750s, pre-revolutionary. So I think that's important to put that in perspective. So historically, and I did want to mention, I think I did forward it, I'm pretty sure I did forward it on, that there was a comment from a butter on the way. And my understanding has reached out to Ethan to get an idea of what was going on, concerns on what was going on, so. And noticed that, and asked it whether or not they came to us, which unfortunately we were afterthought, I think, through it all, but I'm glad they're here. So I would recommend cobblestone, in my opinion. Thank you.
Recommend cobblestone. Mickey?
We're going to agree with Holly. We all think that it should definitely remain as cobblestone. It was historically cobblestone for many, many years. I'm not sure if anybody knows when they were put down. But, you can't just change the surface material of a street in town without, getting approvals, which they didn't do. It just changes the character of the street completely. It makes it look more like a driveway than this lane that it originally was. So we would love to see this go back to cobblestones. Thanks.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. So I just have a question, and maybe you already touched on this, but is this a private way and your owner was the one that did the work and did the restoration?
So
Quasi-restoration?
It's a private way. Nobody's really sure who sort of owns it. My client only tied into this, so historically their house is 125 Main. They are also tied into the private line to Quarter Mile Hill is. I think it goes all the way back. I don't think Marcia Fader's property is tied into the sewer line, but she uses this to access her property, which actually fronts Liberty Street, I think technically. I mean,
Right.
It's a huge, and then the Ernst properties back there, the De Esteban family, and there's one more, Domenical family. So they all use it. Stories 2 is the only one that's completely landlocked. And it was her having an issue with the lines that ultimately said, okay, we got to replace this whole entire private sewer line. So it's very similar. Actually, I live in Boyers Alley. It's like same thing. There's a private line that goes up Boyers Alley. They all tie into it. It's kind of a disaster. We have to clean it out. We pay for it. It's a pain. My client decided to stay connected to this mostly as a gesture to share the cost. The whole neighborhood, all the neighbors share the cost to replace the lines, and then subsequently this paving project. So that's how I got sort of looped into this. In terms of the history of the paving, I mean, certainly, Main Street was still dirt until maybe like 1920 or so, based on the historical photos we found. So I'm not exactly sure when the cobbles, went in. It is certainly changed material. No, I don't think anybody wanted to do anything out of step. I think reality was nobody knew what to do, and the work just kind of got done. Like, nobody owns it, but they all had to pay for it. So I don't know if that helps give a little more context, but it's kind of a sticky situation.
And another related question. So it goes to the backside of your client's property line. That's your blue hatched area. What happens past that?
So, yeah, okay, so up there, that's where it ends. So it actually, the lane kind of ends as far as the property lines go right there. And that's sort of the lot line of two.
Oh, so
of-
this gray that I see on the GIS is non-existent?
Maybe can we scroll back to the GIS to see?
Talking about what happened up there.
That it becomes people's driveways. And so there's a whole other, they're dirt, they're shell, they're,
Cobblestone is a mix.
it's all sorts of stuff, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ethan, for the clarifications. I will like to put this to the board. Okay. Board, once again, Val, Abby, Joe, Connie, myself.
Well, I can go, I
Yeah.
can start. I'd much prefer to see cobblestone than shell. I think it's just more historic. I think it just goes with the whole streetscape. And I think shell does not. And that's the way I would go. Thanks.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Who's next? Come on now.
Well, I'll go. I looked at this and with the examples that were provided in the area, I thought it was no big deal. I guess I would want to know the date of when the road was originally cobbled, and if it is, that ancient, then I guess it should go back to cobble, but it is in keeping with what's in the area
Okay.
right now.
All right. Val, thank you. Connie, Joe?
I can go. I would also be in favor of going back to cobble if the dates historically prove that. I would think it's much more historic than the shells.
Okay. Thank you. Joseph?
Yeah, I echo what Connie just said. I think having a aerial history would help to know how far back that material actually goes. I'm guessing it wasn't 1985, but nothing bad about 1985. But I mean, I go back and forth on this because when I first looked at it, same as Val, I looked at the precedents and thought, well, they certainly exist. But the idea of the cobblestone speaking to a public, semi-public way versus a driveway, I think has some merit to it. And I'm sure many of these have been lost over time before pre-HDC, have been shelled over or they get filled with dirt. Who maintains it?
Nobody maintains it. I mean, it was effectively dirt prior. It just incidentally, there was cobbles under the dirt. I mean, I don't know if anybody had been down Quarter Mile Hill in the past 10 years, but is a rutted dirt road now is, with cobbles.
I think holding for documentation would be help, whatever you can dig up might help solidify something in one direction or another, but I'm in favor of the cobblestones, at least with the information we have now.
And so the only thing I'm going to add as a possibility is one of these little back roads that I'm very, very fond of, and I think we all are, is that one that runs to the right of American Seasons back to those 2 or 3 houses back there.
Gull Island.
Gull Island, thank you. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 2 cobblestone tracks. And it's cobblestone, but it's, a lot less cobblestone than if you had to cobble this whole area, if cost and all that is a consideration, which it sounds like it is. I'm just adding that, but it sounds like we might be looking at getting some precedent or some aerial photos or something and
Yeah, we'd be happy to see what additionally we can dig up. And I know, everybody sent emails in their neighbors for the record, in support of this. And I know a lot of them want to be here. I think it just got pushed down the agenda so many times that they're just not available anymore. But I could certainly, in the next round, if it would make sense to have their testimony as well, I'm sure they'd be happy to.
And this has become a thing with the board, which is, if we hold you over for revisions and so forth, then you're going to the end of what I think you noticed was quite a long list. I wouldn't object if you can get the information together in a timely way to have this reheard, just so we can get rid of it.
I think
Okay.
everybody appreciate that, so thank you.
Does somebody want to move this?
So make a motion to hold for more information?
Yep, and possible revisions. Okay, all those in favor of Joe's motion to hold for revisions and, and by the way, this will be heard at the next meeting, should you get all the information in on time. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So where we are now is, I'd like the record to reflect that on that application, I'm sitting as an alternate, and 21 Field is back. We have the information, so that's to you, Ray.
Okay. Did you just say that we did get the information?
Yeah, they're going
Okay,
to bring
great.
it up.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Tori.
Thank you for waiting while I got through the traffic. So it was held for photographs. And so we've included the neighborhood, the context, some precedent photos of pools in the neighborhood.
Things are all mixed up. That drives me crazy.
I did send it the right way. There you go. It should be good from here. This is Field Avenue. The arrow is pointing to where the entrance to our property is. This is at the very last lot on Field Avenue. This is the home in question. There are currently 2 driveways. We are closing up one. We did discuss the facts that those trees you see right there in front of the split rail are in fact town-owned property, not the property itself. We do have significant landscaping proposed on the property itself as well. This is the vision where the pool is to be located, outside those double decks there. And this is the corner at the end of the road.
Is
There's
there
the
a site
driveway that
plan
will
mixed
remain.
in there somewhere?
Is what?
Site plan.
Yep. I think we already might have gone by it.
Oh, I missed it.
No problem. There it is.
Yeah, we didn't have this in our.
Okay.
I don't know
so
what, yeah.
Field Avenue runs along the right-hand side. of the
Correct.
street, Is that correct?
Yep. And then it does like a U-turn at the edge of the pond and comes back on Folger Avenue. That, there's a 50-yard setback for the Concom that kind of runs through the house and at the left edge of the pool as you're viewing it right now. And this has already been Concom approved, not that that's under your purview.
Tori, we don't have the benefit of looking at these on our own screens. Is this a fence that you're proposing? I can't read.
That's
that.
existing. You can see it in the
It's
photos.
the split rail,
That's a
Oh,
split rail.
that's the split rail
which
fence.
won't
that we
hide
saw.
anything.
Okay. Does everybody get it? Does
Yeah.
everybody-
Yeah.
Okay, so questions, comments from the board?
I'd like to go.
Yes, Stephen.
Tori, I'm okay with this subject to 2 conditions. One is the patio flips to the rear side, and 2 is there is a 5-foot solid board fence with vining plant material on alternating panels across the front side of the pool. So not that the fence would be immediately adjacent to the pool.
Yep.
But there would be some buffer here and come across. It would be better if the pool shifted to as close to the 50-foot buffer as it can. The fence could come off maybe a couple feet from behind the corner board as you're facing from the front. And the patio material can be within the 50-foot buffer, I understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And all of a sudden, we changed the program from being in a front yard to being on a side yard and a backyard. And of course, ample screening. The screening becomes less important, however, because there would be fence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Could I
Abby.
get some topography here? So this is the driveway
Can we
going in.
scroll through?
Correct.
Field, right?
Yep.
So what, is this a road over here?
Yes,
It's a, yeah, dirt road that loops around at the edge of the pond to Folger.
Is it a public
yes.
road?
Is it public? I think it's private.
It's a loop. Field
It's a loop,
Avenue is
yep.
a loop.
You know, I would be happier if that were deeper into the lot and not along Field Road. You know, like, I think it's going to be pretty close to the road, even though it seems very rural out there and lots of pine trees, and I've been down the road, but I think it's gonna require a lot of screening, and it's almost on a corner. So I would actually like to see that cited differently. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Let's see.
I'll go.
Okay, Val, yep.
I walk down here a lot, and I can tell you the pine trees don't screen anything. That's just the virtue of pine trees here. So if we're gonna put fence, I think it should turn the corner as well, because you're gonna see it from that road, and that's the road that leads to the pond. There's a pond on either side of it. Very beautiful vista. So I think it actually should be screened all the way around, but maybe they can do that with vegetation. Because you can see this from everywhere, all three sides.
Okay. Val, thank you. You finished, right?
Yeah.
Connie, I believe that leaves you.
Yeah, I do, excuse me, I do like the idea of flipping and putting the patio on the other side and then just screening it with some vegetation, more vegetation. I think that at least will get it more into the lot with the patio on the other side.
Okay.
Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Sounds like we're looking at some revisions here.
Okay, could I just answer a couple questions and ask a couple questions?
You may briefly.
Yep. To Stephen and Connie, I just want to clarify exactly what you're saying. Leave the pool in the existing location and put the patio on the other side into the 50-yard setback?
No, close. Slide the pool and the coping as far, well, the pool is close to the 50 line as possible.
Yep, so a little further?
And the coping can go over, well, that'll move this back some 4 or more feet.
Okay,
Flip this over to the other side, fence with vegetation, and then I think vegetation. Right, Val, here? Vegetation.
Yeah, because the pond is right there.
All of
okay.
a sudden, you've changed the nature of it.
Yep, understood. So next question is, could the split rail be replaced by the 5-foot proposed fence
I-
surrounding the perimeter so that we have better
No,
screening?
I would be adverse to a perimeter fence. I
Okay.
think it should be basically from somewhere near
The corner of the house
this
there?
corner board, well, as far back from this corner board as possible.
Yep.
So you have this space, so you can walk by the fence, and then it could come across, and then it would go back. And if you could change the orientation a little bit, that's fine, but I would not want to see fence on the perimeter in that area. It's very rural setting.
And so then lastly, could we review the photos just so you guys have context? We cannot see it from the other side of the pond. One of the ponds is on their property specifically. If we could just go through the photos before we close tonight.
Yeah, I guess you would. But we could just make it not visible time inspection thereafter,
Yeah.
subject to penalty of death.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear that
Yeah, that's
to-
fine.
that
Okay.
from two sides, we can't see it.
So are you clear on what?
I believe so, yep.
Okay, excellent. So can I get a motion to hold for revisions? How
And-
about those revisions?
Motion to hold for the revisions
His
that
holiness.
you suggested, moving
Oh.
everything back and flipping all that.
Thank you.
And could I also request that we just keep our place for one final round on the agenda?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind dispensing with this, but it's going to be subject to getting all the materials in prior to
Understood.
the deadline.
Yep.
Right,
And we got a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
there
Oh,
you
I'm
are.
sorry. That's actually yours.
Oh, was.
This Friday.
Okay.
Yep.
I
you got it.
forgot. Okay, thanks.
Okay, that carries.
Thank you
Now
very
it's
much.
back to you, sir. And Ethan.
Okay, Ethan. We're at 19 Monomoy Road, addition. When you're ready.
Okay, Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. So this is a house in Monomoy. It's on where Brewster Road is kind of like dirt and peels off of Monomoy Road, and then Brewster Road doesn't go all the way through, it kind of dead end. So it's this little kind of funky corner in Monomoy. This house is, set back from the street, kind of uphill a little bit, but pretty largely obscured. It was built in the 90s. I actually think Patricia Griffin, no relation, but she actually designed it, which might make a lot of sense because if you know our house on 17 Pleasant Street, they both have these massive pergolas like integrated in the deck. This one has like a 14-foot pergola in the front of the house. So as part of this proposal, we are proposing to eliminate that pergola and change a piece of it to a deck, add an infill a little bit of an addition in the rear at the kitchen, change the windows to 2/2s, and then add this Belvedere-esque element in the center. It's currently a kind of a 2-story cathedral space in the middle there. It's just sort of a giant kind of cavern, and the owner would like to be able to recapture something there. They've been in the house since 2010, and it's just kind of time where everything needs to start getting replaced. So while they're doing that work, they'd like to explore some options for getting, what are potentially the best kind of views in the area from the house.
thank
So
you.
that's pretty much the context.
Excellent, thanks. Holly, did you have anything on this, given its location?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a circa 1996 non-contributing structure. And while the building is about, I think I averaged about 140 feet off of Monomoy Road, it is slightly visible from the public way. The Belvedere is non-appropriate replacement of the shed dormer, but I had no concerns on the deck additions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No.
We want to go right to discussion? The board will be regular board plus Joe.
Okay.
Val?
Sure.
Sorry.
So I did go out there and I stood at the end of the driveway and the visibility is very minimal. Could the Belvedere be downsized slightly? I think it's kind of top heavy, but I think the visibility really is pretty minimal. I was going out there to say, no, 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 and I was trying to see it. That's all I got.
Ray?
Yeah,
And the deck stuff is fine.
okay. The Belvedere I find to be such an incongruous element that I would never feel good about approving it. So let's hear what other people have to say. Maybe there's some leeway, but I mean, I'm not seeing it. Thanks.
Thank you. Joe?
I love a good Belvedere.
On ice?
I was going to say, that's a joke in there.
Finally got it.
I think this might fall into the realm of one of those elements that we probably need to see a few options of if you are committed to proceeding down this path. My gut feeling is that the widest it should be is 4 fenestration units wide, because that would align with what's happening on the fenestration below it. I mean, I guess on the south elevation, it's only 3 fenestration units wide, but I think the visible side is 4. So I think scaling that element down would be helpful. I think my only other comment is that, given what Val said, I would like to go out there and look at the visibility of this. I trust that if Val could see this thing at all, that it would have been the first thing she would have mentioned, but I'd like to see it. I don't have any issues with the other comments, although you did say something about 2/2 windows, and I see
Yeah.
6/6 windows.
Not to derail this whole thing, but this is actually an older version. This has been sort of in the queue for so long. Probably over a month ago at this point, we submitted revised drawings to get swapped out. It looks like those are not here. The main difference is that the windows are 2/2. That's really the only sort of difference that changed.
Okay, well, I think we're gonna be looking for alternates, so we'll move along to Abby.
Yeah, I think the Belvedere draws too much attention to that. I mean, it is a quirky house, and I can see something up there. I mean, you already have a little sort of shed dormer, but I kind of like Joe's approach. Maybe fool around with it a little bit more, see if you can't get something to sit down and be part of the roof more than popping up like that, like a jack-in-the-box there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So let's see, I think I appreciate Ray's perspective on this. I would be the same, except for I do want to take a view. I think any approval is probably going to include maintenance of screening. And I appreciate Joe's comments and the framing and the vocabulary he provided, and I agree with much of what he said. So I think what we are looking for is a motion to hold for some options and taking into consideration both size, type of fenestration, maybe location on the roof plane. Maybe give us 3 or 4 options. You're going to be at the table, draw it up. And we'll add it to a view list. And can I get a motion to that effect?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Ethan. So now we're on to 17 Pine Tree. Is Joe with us? Joe Thompson? Hey, Joe, welcome to HDC.
How are you?
We're getting there, thanks. When you see your
Ready,
site
Mr.
plan,
Chair?
when you see your site plan, go for it.
Okay, so you all have seen this before, and we originally came in with a full 2-story, and we just kind of going over and talking to, just over details, etc. We just decided to come back with a 1.5 stories, and so that's what we've done with that main mass. So if you want to go right to there you go, right there. So you can see the proposed down below, and then what we submitted before up to the upper right. And so, yeah, we lowered it 3 feet, added a dormer, and, kind of brought it more into the keeping with the neighborhood. And that's all.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Any questions? Anyone?
So
Val?
this was already approved, Joe?
As 2
Correct.
stories.
This 2-story,
Full
okay.
2-story. Yeah.
You want to launch right into it? Or I'll select Ray.
Yeah. Me?
Yeah, it'd be me, it'll be the full board, and Carrie.
I can go.
Go ahead, Ray.
Is it, Mr. Chair, is it appropriate to say that this is fantastic?
I think that's appropriate.
I think it has the proper number of fenestration units too, just by the way.
I liked it.
I love the fenestration unit. It
crisp.
sounded like Spock.
It was crisp.
Open the fenestration unit.
Mr. Chair, get control of your board.
Okay. Ray's trolling the board. Anything else, Ray?
No, I'm very much in favor of this one.
Sounds good. Val, you ready? Abby?
I'm good with the proposed.
Carrie?
I am too, but now I think the garage seems too massive, but that's part of it, so forget it.
Okay. Val?
Bueno.
Motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, carries unanimously.
Ding.
Thanks, Joe.
All right.
Good night, all. Take care.
Night.
We're on to 6 Boulevard. And Mr. Chair,
You're Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, that has been withdrawn. Sorry, it came in after.
withdrawn.
6
Withdrawn.
Boulevard withdrawn?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, would you mind taking 16 William Street? I'll come back for the others. I need a bio break.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Ben.
Hello,
Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Okay, so 16 Williams Drive. It's interesting that the sequence that we have this, because we have driveway, gate,
Yeah.
and then new dwelling, new dwelling.
Yeah, we're not proposing any gates, so I'm not sure why the gates.
I think he said guest, maybe guest.
There is a driveway.
Yeah, driveways. Yep, yeah, we're proposing driveways, but no gates.
Okay, but wouldn't it make sense to review the new buildings before the
I
driveway?
would think so, yeah, probably.
So I'm going to suggest that we go to the first new dwelling.
It's all about how you sign them up.
Oh, yeah, true. We're going to go to the main house, and let's see, Val, Carrie, Abby, oh no, Val, Connie, Abby, Ray, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's try that again. Val, Carrie, Abby, Ray, Connie.
He's already lost control.
I have, yeah.
You forgot.
The doctors told me I had to step down as chair or risk injury to the town. Okay, so Benjamin.
Would you like me to, yeah.
We're
So,
going to start with the house.
yeah, I'm not exactly sure which house we're looking at, but I think it's important to look at this whole, what we're doing here on William Street as a whole.
Okay.
And so I have provided you a comprehensive site plan and then these streetscapes. So I know it's been a while, but we were here for number 18, which is a renovation. And that building is now in construction. And all three of these lots is owned by John Wise, who's proposing to put these buildings as rentals for critical staffing on the island. So originally it's for the hospital. Now the hospital may not need them, so he's talking to the schools or the fire department. But the intent is this is housing for critical staff of the island. So like I said, number 18 is in production. Number 16, you guys approved the move off or demolish of that structure, and that's also being permitted. And at that point, we looked at these streetscapes, but we're here tonight to actually approve or review these buildings. So the streetscapes are important, and again, I don't know which house we're looking at right now, but these lots face on both William Street and Cherry Street. We're all probably familiar with this neighborhood. The proposal with this kind of development, I guess you could call it, is that the main houses will be on William Street, so they'll face on William Street. And that streetscape you could look at, so you could kind of review how that looks. And then the cottages are on Cherry Street. So you're looking at main houses here in context with other historically kind of similar designs. Like I said, that William Street is predominantly more larger structures. Of course, nothing's too big in this neighborhood. And then Cherry Street is predominantly very little structures. So it seemed to be in harmony with the kind of development of this area, that the main houses would be on Williams and that the guest houses would face onto Cherry. Generally, the design of these buildings is supposed to be kind of reminiscent of 19th century kind of working class housing, very in keeping with this. I guess we're not in the fish lots. Are we in New Guinea at this point? Where I don't know what neighborhood this exactly is. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I mean, we are very much trying to model historically harmonious structures here for this neighborhood. Similarly, the coloring is supposed to be harmonious with kind of, I have white sash on some, white trim on some, I have a gray trim on others, so it's not supposed to be too it's not too repetitive. It's supposed to feel very organic and historically like these buildings have been there for 150 years. So With that, I look forward to hearing your feedback.
Ben, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is infill within the OHG. This is right on the edge. Appreciate the streetscape proposed for this project along William Street and Cherry Street. I note that this structure is 23 feet 6 inches tall, 1.5 story, 4 bay with appropriate additive massing off the rear and side. Excellent example. Thank you, Ben. My only real concern are the windows. They should not be Anderson. They don't provide that character that's appropriate profile for a replica type dwelling within the OHD. I have no concerns with SDL. I just don't think that that would be appropriate for the Nantucket profile in which this structure is emulating. So that was my only concern with the windows. Thank you.
Sorry, what, the SDL, what did you just say on the SDL?
Since they're being proposed as Anderson and they don't have the Nantucket profile, that'd be my concern. It is in the OHD.
Ah, got it. Mickey?
We have no concerns, but I'm glad Holly mentioned the windows because we would be concerned with the Andersons also. SDL's fine, but wood sash, not Andersons.
Got it. Ben, before we travel down that, how are you? You think
Well, I mean, I think we would, you know, if the design is good, but the windows are bad, we'd take the approval for the design, but, you know, Cumberland Farms, I'm sure, are not historically accurate windows, and that's right down the street, and I know there's a couple other buildings in the neighborhood that have gone the Anderson route, but, again, we may come back to you with more discussion on that, but we would take an approval with a Green Mountain insulated glass window.
All right, thanks. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Thanks.
I think this is a beautiful little building that is totally appropriate to the area. My biggest concern on these lots is the parking. There's not enough, but that's not in our purview. And you can't park on the street.
Okay. Val, thank you.
I'm in complete agreement with Val. This is Carrie Thornwell.
Thank you.
Me too. I ditto all of that.
Abby's in. Connie?
I'm in.
All right, I think we can have a motion on this one.
Motion to approve with Green Mountain SDL windows.
Sounds good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? There you go. So now we have the guest house on 16. And do you actually have a landscape application?
Just for the driveway.
Or just for the driveway? Okay. We'll get to that last of the 16s.
It's perfect.
So I'm not sure.
It's perfect.
Ben, I'm not sure that you need to re-narrate because you kind of covered all of it in the
Yep.
first. And Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The second dwelling is extremely appropriate. My only concern is the windows.
Mickey? There he goes. Okay, so I think we can,
Motion to approve is submitted with Green Mountain SDL windows as well.
sounds good. The board on that, of course, just for our minutes taker, Val, Carrie, Abby, Ray, Connie. All those in favor of Val's motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And then we'll just do our little, we'll move back to the driveway. Is there anything extraordinary about this driveway that we should know about? Ben?
So I will mention that when you all approved the driveway at 18, I had asked for Belgian block, apron, and gravel.
Yeah.
And you had suggested or required that it be paved asphalt.
Yeah, I remember that.
And, you know, I think a Belgian block is a little nice and paved asphalt, but we would be happy to do more paved asphalt if that's the flavor of the board.
What is 18 again? That's asphalt?
Yep, yeah, you pay, it was just for the apron, and then it was a Keystone parking area.
I thought it was shell.
Or was it shell?
Shell.
Okay,
It
or
was-
shell.
It was
Thank
an asphalt apron and shell drive. My only comment would be, for 18, my only comment was if this is supposed to be a nice kind of little, within the neighborhood, that they should be consistent. That's
Did you say your comment was for 18 or for 16?
It's for, you all approved 18 as
Correct.
asphalt and shell, and my comment on this is for this to be consistent with that one.
Got it. Okay. There it is. If we change it from asphalt apron to shell, shell parking, asphalt apron, it will be consistent with the approval that we made right next door, 18.
And consistent with the working class that you
And the
described.
neighborhood, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so it
We're
sounds
fine
like
with that.
everybody in agreement on that one?
Yeah.
Okay, do we want to move it?
Motion to approve changing the apron to asphalt
Correct.
to match the other.
To match 18. Okay, all in favor of Val's motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go. For those three, we're going to move now to 16.5, oh no, 18. There's one at 18. This must be the back house, right?
That's right, yep, so this is a little associated, I mean, I dare call it a shack, but it's a very small structure. In relation, in keeping with another very small shack on the street.
We did a little small shack across the
Holly.
street. It's like 300 square feet.
And I note that this is
Beautiful.
the cottage to the existing
I know.
historic structure that's there, and I believe those have different windows because it's more of a Victorian.
Yep.
This one's 6/6, but even with that, I do think it's appropriate, no concerns.
Okay. Holly, thank you. Mickey? No concerns. All right, yeah, I can see why you guys are saying
I can see that.
that. What do you think? Any
Motion
comment?
to approve with the same caveat, Green Mountain SDL windows.
There we are. All right, on Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that was 18,
Oh, that's the driveway.
and now we're to 16.5.
Main house?
Main house.
So 16.5 is more of a Victorian style. Again, trying to create some variety here, but very in keeping with the area.
Everybody got it?
The trim
Yep.
is Quaker gray, I believe.
Trim is Quaker gray. Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This building is appropriate for an infill. It could use a chimney, as its inspiration photo shows. And then also my comment about no Andersons.
No.
Andersons. But it would be
Correct.
nice for a
Got it.
chimney.
Got it. Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey? Okay, sounds good. Board members, I guess the only issue, well,
I
You can
have
have
one
any issue.
comment.
I have one comment too.
Val, did you say you had one
Yeah,
comment? Go ahead.
and it's akin to the inspiration photo. If that secondary mass could just drop down slightly so that the eave line is not the same as the main, it would be more additive to me, and
I do have a comment about that. Is that okay?
Say that again, Val.
Why don't you respond?
In general, I would have typically agree with you, but if you look around, you will actually find that most of the eaves on these type of cross gable Victorians match. Especially look at like lighthouse cottages that were associated with lighthouses. It's not additive massing. They built it that way. And the gables are the same width and the same height. So I almost don't call that additive massing. It's actually like original to the Victorian. But if we were to lower or differentiate the two, unfortunately, I would request that I could raise the gable that has the front door in it slightly because I have very tight head height requirements in that side gable, so.
Got it. Okay. Val, thank you. Carrie Abby had a
Abby,
question.
well, so the windows on the first floor, in fact, all the windows seem a little small to me. And I would bump that up one size, or, I mean, it's such a pure form. I think that's all I do. I was considering to the left of the door, putting 2 windows there just to take away some of that spookiness. I mean, there's a lot of shingle and just these little windows. I'd sort of pump it up a little bit. I think it'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks.
I'll go.
Yes.
I think the equal rake and soffit lines on the front seem awkward because it's just one side of the gable. On the east elevation, they're all aligned, sort of feels like, yes, that one's good. But I think it's just because, and even on the south elevation, they seem okay. But what if you put a square window on the left mass above that? Just as, like you have on this
Right, to match
south,
that.
do it on the front of the building as well, just to take away that big blank wall, because that
Yep.
rake and soffit coming together might be less sort of apparent, or, yeah, so that's all.
Carrie, you're suggesting putting another low window under the
Yeah.
eave?
Yes, on the
In
north
front.
elevation.
Yep.
Correct. Okay. Connie, anything?
No, nothing else. I do like that idea of Carrie's. Thank you.
yeah.
So, thank you, Connie. I actually like the 2 ideas, although I agree with Ben that these sort of cottage Victorians did tend to have the quote-unquote cross gable all as part of the original mass, not additive massing. But I liked Abby's idea about making the windows larger. I think that would help this building. And I agree with Carrie's idea about adding that window under the eave. I think that would make it less, I believe the word we use is spooky.
It's a Victorian, it's supposed to be
That's
spooky.
an HTC word.
That's true.
Successful on that?
Yeah, they were.
Why don't you make the motion?
Because I'm chairing this one.
I'll make a
Oh.
motion to make the windows one size larger and add a 6-light window above that one window on the first floor on the left, north elevation.
Not Anderson.
And not Anderson.
What are
Not
they?
Oh, not in.
Not Anderson,
Vermont, what are they? Vermont?
Green Mountain.
Green Mountain,
Green Mountain.
Green Mountain
We'll do an
windows.
exhibit A.
Okay,
Or
everybody got that?
exhibit A.
For Exhibit
Sure, that
A.
would be helpful to staff. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone in favor of Abby's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Ben, I think, let's see, did we cover you?
No, we got one more.
Yeah, we got a guest house.
And a driveway.
Oh, right, okay, sorry, yeah, okay. Guest house 16.5.
So yeah, this is very much a companion building to the main house, carrying the details of the Victorian. The streetscape of this building is actually the south elevation. So very much like when you'll drive up West York Street towards Five Corners, there are a number of buildings like this where you actually see the side of the building, it's against the street. And then the front door is actually on the end of it. So I prefer it this way, but it probably could be turned so the door faces the road. The little tent roof could probably have to go away, but generally it's just another tiny little building.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the style. I do think it could be shorter with less shingle space between the first and second floors. And the French door, the 12 light, it should have a kick panel with it. Other than that, those are my and making sure that they're Green Mountain.
Okay, Holly, thank you. Mickey?
So our only concern with this was the fact that I guess that south elevation faces the road, and it's a pretty high plate on that side of the building. And other than that, it's fine. The only suggestion I might have is to steepen the roof pitch, and that would drop the plate to some degree. It's on the same lot as the Victorian with a 12 pitch, I believe. So, steeper pitch wouldn't be out of character, so, thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Board members.
Mickey nailed it. Yep.
I'll go. That was my concern as well. I almost want to see a front door on the street side. That could mitigate the overall height, but that was the only concern,
Okay,
the extra shingle space.
thank you, Val. Next.
I echo that.
Okay, Carrie, thank you.
So does anybody else see a rocket ship going on here, or
Yes.
is it
Yeah.
just me?
No,
Is
yes,
that-
I do.
Did we just cure that?
With the
What'd you
No.
say? I just wish you were a little bit wider to take off that,
Oh, interesting.
effect.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Connie.
I'm with Abby. I see a rocket ship too. I don't know if the roof pitch would help change that or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you're gonna get a few disparate, opinions on this one. I immediately noticed that the roof pitch was different than the house that it's supposed to be the guest house to. And increasing the roof pitch would drop the plate, assuming that you kept the ridge the same height. It would give you less floor space on the second floor, but then it would be much more harmonious with its parent next door. And it would also drop the eave, which are two, I think, benefits. But that's all I have to say. What do you think? The other one, we did request an increase in the size of the windows. We'd probably want to do the same thing here, didn't we? Wasn't this
I feel like the windows are
the
sort of
Victorian one?
Yeah, but
Oh, you're questioning whether
just
to
because
make,
it's such a tiny building, yeah.
okay.
It's just the dormer, it's just the corners where there's no dormer and there's not a lot of stuff in there, so.
Oh, yeah, I'm not
Seems
worried
like it
about the pitch, I was worried about the increase in the window sizes.
Oh,
No, the pitch, I
sorry,
think I
sorry,
can do no problem.
sorry.
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I think that's fine.
We might need to hold this one for revisions, folks.
Yeah, I mean, and should I consider rotating it so that the east elevation is now our streetscape?
Well, I believe at least two people
Yeah.
mentioned the door facing the street,
Yep,
so that's to you.
yep.
Motion to hope for minor revisions?
I think that's safe, thanks. On Abby's motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Great, and then we have a landscape, please,
Yeah,
Driveway,
just the driveway.
driveway.
another driveway.
I think that's a record.
Yeah, I think, well, you always do that. You always just sweep it.
Well, I didn't sweep yet.
Well, darn close.
Yeah, yeah. So again, we've requested the Belgian block, but we're happy to go with the asphalt.
Asphalt, please.
Same deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve and make the apron asphalt in keeping with the rest of the structures and lots.
okay. Val, thank you for that motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Ben,
all right, thank you very much.
pretty nice night.
All right, everybody. It's been said the HC eats with its eyes, but we, like any troop, we march on our stomach, and the pizza's here. So we're going to take a 9-minute break.
Spit this, yeah, we're,
All right.
stop eating candy and
Okay, next, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman Welch. Thank you, members of the board. Tobias Glidden. This is a previously approved project over at 3 Nosegay. And just between the times of us submitting for approval and going to install, the panels have just evolved. So the panels are a little bit bigger now that we use, that you standardly see, the same looking panel, it's just a slightly bit wider. And so the guys went back to this roof, measured it up, and if you just hold on this image here, you see how originally we had the solar approved with this little overhang here. And the guys came back to me and said, "Hey, Toby, these panels hang over, almost a foot," and it just looked a little wrong. Yep. This is the overhang. Yeah, yes, on the east elevation, you'll see it there, and it's on the south, on the bottom, above the garage doors. Yep, yep. And so we just felt like it didn't fit quite right, and so we just came back we just resubmitted to the board, and we're just proposing putting solar on top of those dormers instead. So this is what was approved by the board, and what we're proposing now is just putting solar above the dormers and then just on 2 panels on each of the dormer that'll fill up nicely. Okay, so actually different than what's shown here? Yes, this is what was previously approved that you see there. So just for clarification, can we go back, I'm sorry, to the elevations? And Tobias, let me know if I'm misunderstanding. Yep, happy to help. Can we focus on the lower? So basically what you're saying is you're proposing what's shown on the upper roof, the main gas, plus it will be on the dormers, but not on the garage. That's correct.
So it's not showing on the dormer though, right?
It's not showing on the dormers, and it is showing on the vent roof, and that would have to be through an Exhibit A.
Which is submitted. We submitted all those changes. Yeah.
Do we have that? That was going to be my next question. Okay. Okay. Do we need to see it, or are we okay commenting on what we have? Any concerns on that? The board will be myself, Abby, Ray, Val, and I think, where are we on alternates? Any concerns with moving forward with what's in progress? Okay. Would like to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that this is a 2009 infill just outside of the Sconset Old Historic District. I think the main house on the lot is a 1880s Victorian eclectic. And I just wanted to mention that it does look like it's obliquely visible from the public way, and that it's gray shingles, not black, but I just wanted to give that for context. Thank you.
I got nothing, because I don't know what I'm looking at, so.
Okay, so you prefer to see,
Well, I mean, so instead of it going all the way
Yep.
across.
we're
So-
going to pause for
So Val, what you have before us is what we're proposing to construct.
This is what was approved. And the panels are too big to do.
although with no members on Zoom, it's easy to address things at the table. However, I do not want to get into the practice.
Could I ask a question?
Abby, a question?
Toby, how much do they hang over, like 2 inches or?
No, like a foot. Like it just
Oh.
looked, like we could do it, but I felt like it would be less in keeping with what the HDC would like,
I had an idea, but it won't work.
Okay, we're going to go to comments, and I'm going to start with Ray while Val's looking at it.
So, thank you, Mr. Suarez. So I did get it, and said, Jody, I think the fact that we approved that earlier rating, I think it's a suitable facsimile. We don't want them to.
No.
Joe?
I have no concerns.
Let's see, back to Val.
I'm fine. Now, now that I've seen it.
Abby?
Yep, me too.
I'm fine with it, given it's a secondary structure and there is deciduous tree screening at scale. How about a motion?
Could we keep that in perpetuity, the screening thing?
Existing
Like the
screening at time shall remain, attendant inspection
Yeah.
thereafter. So that
That's
would
fine.
be just a condition on the approval. And is that your motion?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Thanks, Tobias. Let's see.
Thanks. Those are helpful.
27 North Liberty Garage. Michelle, good evening.
Hi there.
I'm going to sit off this, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we're going to activate Carrie.
I worked on this before, I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, we're going to activate Connie. Myself, Abby, Connie, Ray, and Joe. When you're ready.
Okay. Do you want to go to the site plan?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is a simple proposal for a garage, 14 by 20. It's within the 50-foot buffer of the Concom. There is precedent on photo, 1890 photo, where there was a structure in this area. It's a simple garage. It's allowable in the square footage. It basically, it's modeled after a few that have been approved and one that's just being constructed now on, I think it's 9 Woodland. It's shake, red cedar shingles and Boston sash window and hinging, strap hinge garage doors and rubble foundation.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
What's that?
Actually, questions? Anyone? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this garage is an infill within the OHD. It's to be a companion with the circa 1798 Seth Ray Cooper Shop, an individually significant structure. I note that it's at 21 feet 4 inches tall. I think it would be nice to see how this infill garage fits within the streetscape and its context to the individually significant main house, which I believe is only 20 feet to the ridge, the main house. It should not overwhelm the historic 3-bay. I think photographs of the street would be very helpful. A hardscape plan is needed for the change in the driveway that's noted on the plan, the picket fence detail on the brick stoop. I just want to notate that. A change in the sidewalk material, which is also shown on the plans, is through DPW and town administration, who confirm with myself to give them a recommendation, as HCC doesn't usually get into the sidewalk changes, but obviously you do opine on the driveway material. So that should be a separate COA. So I wanted to bring that to the commission's attention. So overall, I think it'd be nice to see how this structure relates to the main dwelling on the lot. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just
Michelle,
add?
did you want to comment?
Yeah, the landscape proposal for the site was approved prior with brick sidewalk and curb cut, existing curb cut and fence, continuous fence. It was on consent. I don't know, I have the date on
Okay,
it.
so thank you for the clarification, and you can.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
We can confer offline on that.
Okay.
I appreciate the observation, though, and you guys will sort that out. Let's see, Mickey,
Yep,
you guys got anything?
we do. Okay, so considering the style of the house that this is relating to, this style doesn't really relate to that existing house. This is a 12-pitch roof, gable forward. The roof is is too steep. The building itself is too tall and narrow. The flush dormers don't meet the guidelines. Really, ideally, this should be a one-story garage. It would relate much better to the scale of the house if it was one story. In fact, I would even rotate the ridge so that it's not perpendicular to the street, so it's parallel to the street. The diagonal boards on the garage are not appropriate. The rake end details, whatever that is at the end of the rakes, that needs to be simplified. And actually, it's shown up very close to the street, which is really pretty unusual in the OHD. And I know there's a 50-foot setback, but this can be slid back further. It would push it closer to the house. But the alternative is to have it right on the street where it's shown. There isn't even space to get a car in front of it. So I think it needs some pretty significant revisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. And myself, Abby, Connie, Joe.
I can go.
Joe.
I agree with what Mickey said relative to these rake and eave details. The dormers don't meet the guidelines partially because the southeast and the northeast elevations don't reflect what's actually happening. If you look at the cross-section, or if you look at the southwest elevation, you look where the eave line is, the eave line's not accurately reflected on the side elevations. I think it actually probably, the eave probably does line up with the meeting rails of the double hung, but that's only going to make more shingled wall exposed. So I think that there's some drawing corrections that need to happen. And I think it's going to raise, pardon the pun, but I think it's going to make the dormers, the flush dormers, feel extra tall. And I think also drawing cleanup wise, the southeast elevation, like all of the window trim is super skinny, and on the first floor and the second floor. On the northeast elevation, the dormer window trim is really skinny, but there's a bunch of different window trim. I think overall, the trim needs to be looked at, and I'm saying all that in a vacuum too, because I don't know what the main house looks like. So I think seeing some photographs of the main house alongside this would be super helpful relative to window trim. One of these elevations, it doesn't have corner boards, it has cottage corners. So I think I would take a pass through all the elevations from a drawing perspective, and then I could probably better evaluate it. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Points well taken. Who's next?
I think that between Mickey's comments and Joe's, they've covered everything that's a concern to me. I think first and foremost is the fact that the existing house is, we can all agree, is extremely charming. It's probably a 9 and 12 roof pitch, and it's also an eave forward. And so I think that this would be a much more aggressive, supposedly subordinate counterpart to that charming building. So I'd like to tie back to the existing building more than it currently does.
Thanks, Brett. Let's see. Abby.
I agree with what's been said. It just doesn't relate to the historic building, especially that the steep pitch, the 12. The flush dormers seem out of place and too tall. Let me jump to something that somebody hasn't said. I think that I'm worried about, I like the idea of the stone foundation, but it's got to be real stone. It can't be like a veneer. There's one up the street on North Liberty that I just saw the other day that It's kind of a boo-boo. So it just doesn't read as historic. So, yeah,
Thank you, Abby.
thank you.
Yeah, I have really nothing else to add. I think we just need to hold for revisions.
Okay, I'm with Connie. I would add, I think we should put this on a view. And I think it's appropriate to go ahead and include some imagery of the main house, so it's in file. This one doesn't need to view. And if there were going to be a second floor, my thoughts are it needs to be dramatically compressed with respect to height, and the first floor too, so that this does become a structure of a completely different scale. With that said, I guess a motion to hold for revisions to view additional information. Jackie, you are motion, Connie?
That's my motion.
Excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
We're
Does
gonna,
that include a streetscape? Sorry.
I didn't do a streetscape. I think with a view and
Yeah.
images will be okay.
Sure.
I'm gonna sit
Just a question on the orientation of it. I mean, this is the minimum orientation. If I turn the garage broadside, it really blocks what I felt too much of the view, the through view from the neighbors beyond. So I really made the effort to take the minimum.
Thank you, Michelle.
Angle.
We'll defer to, reviewing at the time what you bring back, just take all these comments into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's see, we're on to 39 Quays, new dwelling.
I'm gonna sit on all the ways and come back.
Okay.
Silver Street.
So that'll be myself. Anyone else?
And the agents are on Zoom.
Ray, Val, Joe, Gary. Good? And,
We want to do the demo first, Mr. Chair?
we can, a lot of times people say I want to look at the house first, so I'm fine with doing the demo of the main house first. Why don't we take that up, we'll do the demo of the main house and garage, and we'll do the new dwelling and the new garage. And who's representing?
I'm representing Jennifer Smith.
Hi, Jennifer, welcome to HTC.
Thank you.
You see the site plan of the demo of the main house, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Sure. So we are proposing to demo the main house in part because the structure, which was built in 1999, unfortunately suffered some severe water damage. So when our clients purchased the home, it had already been gutted on the interior, and the proposed changes will be rather substantial, and we've had it evaluated, and it would be actually simpler to just rebuild in its new location that we are proposing.
Okay, anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to add?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. No, not for the demo.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, questions?
I just have one. Is
Val?
there anything that's salvageable?
It's been entirely gutted on the inside.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Comments? Val?
I have no concerns, really.
Sure. Other than Val's stated concerns, are there any other concerns? No, okay. How about a motion?
I move to approve the demo.
On the motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We'll move to demo of the garage.
You said water damage.
Michelle, you're aware of the fact that even though it's been gutted, that it is a dwelling, so there's a notification posting requirement, correct? Under the town bylaw? If you're not aware, so that you're aware.
Were you speaking to me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer.
That's okay. Yes, we are aware. Unfortunately, we have had the ability to move this evaluated, and there is a letter submitted suggesting that it would be very difficult. We'd still be happy to advertise if you'd like.
As long as you're in conformance with the town bylaw, no additional requirements.
Very good.
We'll move on to the garage demo.
Exactly.
Right, so does she know that?
So pardon me.
Go ahead, Jennifer, and we'll catch Val in the next comment session.
Sure. So the existing garage, we are also proposing to move. The existing garage has 2x4 construction, and we are proposing in the future to put a studio above it. And it is probably not going to survive a move, nor will it conform to future energy codes either. So it makes more sense to offer this up for taking or for demolition.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Just the vintage.
Vintage? What's the year? Do you know? Jennifer?
We don't know for sure. We think it might be 1972.
Okay. Holly, is there any, are there any architects of notoriety associated with this structure?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Chair, but that was my concern, the age. There was nothing indicated on the application, nor anything I could find, even by looking at our tax assessor's information. But I do believe it's older, because I think before the main house was built, there was an older structure on this lot, so that makes me believe that it was. This was the former home and location of Miss Joan Holgate, who passed away a couple years ago. It would have been nice to have photographs of the interior to kind of, obviously document it as well. Looking at the stature of the structure, I do think it might even be older than 1970s. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Are there any concerns other than some photos in the file to document it and an honest stab at the date added to the age added to the application?
Is it movable?
They're going to try, but
Would it survive a move?
That's debatable.
debatable.
On grade. And
So-
2x4
You don't have any
construction.
floor system before
Yeah.
you place, you have to
You
brace
have to build
So
one.
it's a move demo. They're both move demo.
Yeah.
Concerns? Okay. Get a motion to add photos, interior photos, and to the file and the date, approximate date of construction to the application. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Carries unanimously.
I just wanted to double check that she knew that what you said about the bylaw, that you have to advertise a residence.
Well, it will,
Not a garage.
No, not a garage, but a residence. I just wasn't sure if she was aware of that.
it's part of the application package required for a building permit.
Right.
So
So
it
she-
will be triggered at some point if she wasn't aware, and she did acknowledge that she was aware. So-
Okay, good.
But I appreciate your trying to fine tune
I
that.
just wanted to make sure she
A
knew.
little granularity goes a long way. Let's go to the new dwelling. Huh. A lot of granularity becomes irritating like sand.
Well, when you know something like the back of your hand, it's good.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're all set, Jennifer?
Yeah. So
Oh,
there are no-
actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we go to the site plan and we'll start you there?
Sure. So you can see the existing footprint of the house. We are proposing to slide it southward away from the water by 12 feet. Doing that will allow us to be outside of the 25-foot coastal bank setback. And we are also proposing to shift it to the west by about 15.5 feet. That'll also help the garage come into compliance because the garage is currently crossing over the side yard setback. So there's no change to the existing ground coverage. However, we are proposing some additional porches be added to the structure.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to the elevations. All right, did anyone have questions at this point? Who would like to comment? Oh, Holly, why don't you do that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for some thoughts, the fenestration is modern and the proposed side lights are not appropriate. The light configurations with the triple track doors also not appropriate. And I would recommend looking at the fenestration choices, just understanding the visibility, wanting to look out in the water. But we do have a glazing requirement with a building with Nantucket in mind that should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anyone? Val,
Questions?
please.
You're changing from a gambrel to just a straight gable?
Yes, that's correct. There are no gambrels in the neighborhood of quays, and our clients had requested that we switch over to a gable.
So it's getting a little higher.
It is 2 feet.
Any other questions, Bill? Okay. I'm going to pick someone. Excellent. Carrie.
I think on the, what is the front elevation, which is the south, the dormer is a lot of wall, not a lot of window. The porch seems a little minor for that type of overall massing with a big, across the whole front dormer. Usually, I think you'd see a bigger porch across the front. The roof slope seems very shallow. An 8 pitch on a newer house like this, with 2/2 windows seems not very typical. And I just wonder if you can lower the second floor plate to increase the roof pitch, keep the dormer slope, and that might help quite a bit.
To like a 9?
Yeah, I would say just look at it and see.
Thank you.
Yeah, how it is. And then I would try to do something with the fenestration in the front. Maybe a different porch. And I mean, this is really minutia, but the side lights in the front door are not really appropriate. Full height. That's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Ray?
I'm going to expand on what Carrie just said about the roof pitch. I actually could see a scenario where you drop the eave somewhat and you also raise the ridge, because as seen from the water side, it's only 27.5 feet high. It could go a little bit taller than that, and I think having a steeper roof pitch would definitely be an asset.
Okay.
Not loving the sort of 4/2 double hung windows on the back that are reading somewhat like doors. And as someone who does walk that beach, this will be, pretty easily visible from the beach just below all this. But other than that, I think it looks pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Joe?
Yeah, the comments regarding the roof pitch, both from Carrie and Ray, I echo what I was thinking, and I do think exploring a wider front porch would be helpful. I'd like to see how that would look. Other than that, I don't have any additional comments to make.
Okay, thanks, Val.
I agree with everything that's been said.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. Motion to hold.
Oh,
for-
wait, I have one comment.
go
Sorry.
ahead.
Eliminates or separates some of the double windows. It seems like there's an abundance of those.
And on your add-on, I will add on that I'm not adverse to the double sets of double hung if there's a more of a structural plus mullion between them, personally. Motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Let's move on to the garage. And I think we go right to the elevations, please. Okay, yeah. This lower set, and if you can straddle the page to the next set of elevations, that'd be helpful. No, won't work. Okay, Jennifer?
Yeah, so this garage I mentioned previously crosses over the side yard setback, so we are proposing to move it to be in conformance. We are proposing to add an exterior stair to access a studio above. There would be no change to the actual ground coverage of the existing garage, though. Everything about the structure would then marry with that of the main house. So any changes we would make to the main house, we would carry over to the garage to be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
Mr. Chair.
Holly?
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that it does seem squat even at 21 feet, and that the fenestration is atypical and should match the main dwelling.
Okay, thank you. Val?
For me, it's not the building massing per se, but I'd like to see it next to the house since they're so akin to each other and see how that relationship works. And then something really minute, the pane configuration in the doors facing the street versus the 2/2 windows.
Okay.
Wrap that together a little bit, yeah.
Thank you, Val. Ray?
Jennifer actually covered this for me. You said that whatever changes will occur on the main house will be carried over to this. So it's all about the roof pitch and what I described earlier.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Joe?
I'm not a fan of the pent roof in this application. It's just hanging there with no brackets or anything. And if there is any way to increase the first floor footprint to actually have the garage doors come forward, because I do like that shed roof that you see on the gable end. I think that helps to cut the height a little bit. Maybe you don't have the ground cover to do it, but.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't.
Okay. Well, I think to Val's point, looking at these things side by side, I think you may end up, I wouldn't be surprised if you end up shifting the house to the left a little bit. Because I think these things read on the plan like they're very close to each other. And I think with that appendage off the side, which I guess is a stair that goes, I think they're gonna almost feel like they're connected. So I would like to see that streetscape. I think that's important.
Sure.
Thank you, Joe. Carrie?
I think if you do work the roof pitch on this, try to keep the height as is on this one. The house, as per Ray, could go up a little bit, but I think the garage is good at a minimal height. I also think that the garage and the house, they're kind of flush, and I'd rather see the garage set back further away from the front of the house, or the front of the house move, further up, but not so flush to each other. That's sort of not very typical in a more rural setting.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Can we go to the site plan and then back to this elevation, please? Okay, and then back to the elevation. So I agree with the comments with respect to the height, this being kind of a squat presentation from the garage door side. And I agree with Carrie's comment, basically increase the ridge height, but don't change the top plate height. And I agree with the comment to obviously help make this vocabulary of the final design proposed match the house. And lastly, to move this back slightly from the street. And those are my comments. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions unless Jennifer has any questions with us?
No, you've been very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'd make that motion.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Other Diane, Joe B, yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed, carries unanimously. Okay. Yeah, I put my coat on. Okay, folks, we're cooking with gas. Flip the page. 10 Silver Street, and Abby's back with us. Me, myself, Abby, the regular board, and I think Connie. Okay? Hey, good
Hey,
evening.
new house. Basically, this is a application that's been filed with you guys, and it was withdrawn, and I was hired to redesign it. And as you can see right there, that's the lot. The lot is the intersection and the tree. And then, what?
Okay.
10 Silver Street. So then if you scroll.
Ethan, you are saving the fence?
The fence, no, it's, the property's been divided, so, but I'm saving the
teasing.
tree.
I'm teasing.
Yeah, okay. So as you can see, that's a little further up, you know, as you come down, you drive right into the tree is the property.
Gotcha.
And the house to the right is a new house. Val did. The prefab you did. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what we're doing is, the previous design had kind of a Quaker box with a 2-story addition on the back and some other buildings.
One more.
And so what we're doing is we narrowed the original design by 2 feet to make it narrower and reduced all the second floors on the rear pieces, and the rear pieces also step down the hill. And as you can see, in the very first slide was out of that book from 1950 of samples of Nantucket houses, and we chose the one that was in there. That's why I included it. And this house is similar to the one I did at 42 Union Street at the funeral homes. The front portion is. So the front portion is this standard Quaker type style, and the back piece is just step down the hill.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I stepped it back from, if you look at the site plan, I set it back a little bit because we want to maintain the tree, and also because the house is the intersection. We don't want to be back in and, you know, eventually the landscape plan's going to come in by somebody else, but the idea is not to back into the road into the intersection, so you might have a turnaround or something. I'm not doing the landscape design. But the reason why I set the house back is of the tree and the topography.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this time? Ethan, I do. Are there any grade changes of significance?
No, I'm using, like all my stuff, I follow the existing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is infill within the fish lots in the OHD. This land was actually subdivided from 8 Silver Street, which is the adjacent circa 1892 colonial revival. This proposed infill is an appropriate typical Nantucket type infill dwelling with some minor comments and suggestions. They're appreciative of the low additive massing as appropriate and recommended building with Nantucket in mind and historically done. Fenestration schedule would be the only thing that I'd see missing, Ethan. I didn't see anything specifics on your windows and doors, which would be helpful. And specifically on this elevation to the north right, I don't even know what elevation that is, specifically, on the west. With that covered porch. Is that a double French door and flanked by 2 windows? Or does it have a kick panel? That would be my only thing with trying to, on the specifics. Other than that, overall, I'm very supportive of this infill, as he included in the application. This is an example out of 95%
Right
perfect
there's
by
the door window
Everett
schedule.
U. Crosby.
Scroll down.
Is there?
Yeah, see right? Keep going, keep going. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And yes, the French doors are kick panels, and the doors in the porch are separate from the windows. They're double hung windows.
Ethan, you're one step ahead of us.
Thank you.
Mickey?
So this is a great improvement from the previous application. This is a huge difference. Just a couple things that I think are relatively minor. Around the front door, I mean, this is a 3-bay house. Around the front door, it feels like there's a fair amount of, maybe a little too much shingle on either side of the door. It feels a little kind of alone on that side. Either change this to a 4-bay, which may be a little crowded, or maybe just pull the windows, slide the whole fenestration package over to the left a little bit just to balance the shingle area there. And then the other thing on the gable ends of this main mass, typically old typical Nantucket houses, all the windows were basically the same size. So for us, there's a little bit too much variation in the window sizing on the main mass of this house, again, should probably be the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mickey. Let's see, who'd like to begin? Again, it's myself, Abby, Connie, Ray, and Val.
Go.
Val. And then
I have nothing. I think it's excellent.
Thank you. Ray.
Really, just three things, two of which Mickey sort of has already brought out. One is this spacing on the 3-bay, if somehow it could be moved around in some way so that it was less shingle around the door and the window above it. That was one. Two, and I'm going to say to the extent possible, have congruity between most of the windows. There are exceptions, generally they're in the attic, whatever, or one, like I'm looking at the west elevation where you have 4 large ones and 3 small ones on one elevation. I'd much rather have a clear majority of large ones with 1 or 2 maybe small ones. And the third thing is, you said about the grade change, and listen, I'm not trying to haggle with you here, but the front of the house is at elevation 26 and the back is at elevation 20. That's 6 feet of grade change. Is that what I'm actually seeing?
Yeah, when I did the topography from the surveyor, I mark it on the CAD, and then I stepped it, and I had the grade, like from you said, from 0 to the height.
Yeah.
And then I mark all the points, and then when I do the elevation, I connect the dots. And that's what I came up with. That's what it came up with, and I added,
Reflects that grade from the site.
that's what I got from the site plan.
Okay.
That's what I was given for
It
information.
doesn't look like 6 feet to me, but,
I mean, I'll verify it again, but it's what, yeah.
okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ray. Connie?
Not much to add. I do agree with the windows. And I'm curious because it does, I mean, I know the lot. It does seem like it goes down significantly in the back. So, yeah, I would be curious to see how
I mean,
that
that's what I
plays
did.
out.
I just
Yeah.
connected all the points of the information I was given. If I get a more accurate topography, but
Okay,
the surveyor did it, yeah.
We'll address that point. Let's see, Abby.
On the east elevation, you have, on the, right up front, you have 2 E windows, one on the first floor, one on the second. Could those be As, just so that
I can enlarge all the windows, yeah.
you can what?
I can make them larger, matching like. what
Yeah,
Ray
I
said,
think
yeah.
at least, on the sides of that main mass, because to give it that historic look, I think those A windows
Sure.
are like perfect size. And I think that would. Is that,
Yeah, I can,
so they could be A windows, like, that would give it more historic look.
sure.
Other than that, I think you've done a great job. I like the variety and the massing and.
Hey, thank you,
Vast
Abby.
improvement.
I think that leaves me. So I'm going to key off Ethan, we're going to need a cross-section of the site. The grade change from front to back is more than 1.5 feet, and the structure spans that. Our best practices is to indicate in a site plan, existing and proposed. It doesn't sound like you're making any changes, but given the information we have here tonight, you are going to have to be doing some hardscape. The rear of the structure shows 3 steps, so, presuming they're 8 inches risers, that's 24 inches, but you would think that even if it's not at the back of the lot, it's probably closer to 4 feet than not. So we need to have that represented, and then to the extent there are any retaining walls proposed to address grade, we'll want to see those in the cross-section and in the site plan. On the fenestration on the east and the west, I'll be in the minority. I think actually our romantic notion of historic is not necessarily what you'll find in 95% perfect and others. I think that this gives it a little bit more of a interesting pattern. And I think it is more historically correct than we may think. Not that I'm a historian, but, I've read 95% perfect. a
That's where
couple
that
of
first
times.
image came from.
Yeah. So that's, just my thoughts on that. And then with respect to the front of the building, I think if you could shift, even probably 3 or 4 inches to the left, your, what was it, Joe, fenestration units?
That's only when you're talking about windows and doors together.
Yes, if you shift your fenestration units on the front elevation slightly to the left, I would personally be fine with that. It doesn't have to be a dramatic amount. A little bit will make a big difference. How about a motion to hold for revisions and verify topography and, as required, a cross-section and revised site plan?
So moved. I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, none opposed, carries unanimously.
Quick question. How do you do revisions without minutes?
You just make your own minutes.
Well, no, let's just back up a second. The policy that we voted was that minutes are not required unless specifically requested as part of the motion.
Oh, okay.
So your task, whether you choose to accept it or not, is to watch this again and make all those revisions we discussed.
I took lots of notes.
Perfect, thank you. All right, we're going to move on
Thanks.
to
Thanks,
88
Ethan.
Pacamo. Yeah, thanks, Ethan. That was a really nice job and a huge
Yes.
difference, beneficially.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, Matt, welcome.
How are you?
And the pool, which wasn't allowed.
Let's see. It'll be our regular board and Joe. And you can start when you're ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a house that the HDC has approved, so we're before you with revisions. So just by way of background, construction started and somebody purchased the house and they want to make some pretty significant revisions to it. So we have included the previous HDC approval for reference. But you're obviously familiar with the site. We spent a lot of time, navigating topography and landscape and where the house is placed. So the finished floor elevation that we established at the previous approval will be maintained. The height is generally the same. I think it's a little bit taller, not by much. I think it's like maybe 2 or 3 inches. But the new owner is a huge fan of Nantucket architecture and its history, and this location in particular spoke to him. And so basically the house and the details are reflective of that. It's more of a neoclassical traditional approach. The house is a bit more condensed compared to the previous approval, so it's a little bit shorter. You've got the 2 primary gables facing the driveway, and then we've got a series of additive masses. We did want the house, one of the other directives was for the house to tell a story, and so the owner and the team spent a lot of time looking at additive pieces that were not necessarily traditional, or they were, but they're a little quirky, and so that's that 4-pitch addition to the front gable. So we spent a lot of time really studying details and trying to implement as much richness as we could to the dwelling. There's a number of 1-story additive pieces. It's going to be a lot to discuss. I will say the trim color is gray, so our hope that it kind of blends into the landscape. It's obviously not an austere, pared down trim detail solution, but we think it works. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Obviously changed window types to the 6/6, but that's the general approach. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions at this time? Abby? Yeah.
Ask it, but I'm looking at the previous HDC approval, and it's a shingle style, and it's got a steeper roof and a, sort of longer eaves. What happened to that design?
This new owner wanted to take this direction. And it's a function too of like program, a number of different factors, but in going through the design process, there was a real desire to, go with a more traditional route, if you will. So the massing changed.
So this is a whole new drawing?
Yeah.
'Cause okay,
Yep.
okay. Because there are similarities, but I couldn't tell if it was a renovation or a redesign of the old one. But, hey, could I just jump right into it?
I think
now
so.
that I've
Go
opened
for it.
it?
Yeah.
So the reason I was asking about the previous is that sits so nicely, and it sort of, this one looks like it's trying to look over a hill or something. It's like the eaves are sort of splayed. It just doesn't have the gracefulness of the previous. It just looks chunky and like a lot of different styles sort of packed into one, like, let's do this, let's put in some columns. It doesn't read as easily as the previous style. So that's why that's where I'm coming from at the moment.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Let's see, Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really interesting and peculiar change. Like, I get the historical references. This seriously looks like a house in town, and if we were reviewing this like in town, the additive massing and all these features, the sort of Greek revival features would feel right. I don't object to this house at all, but it is such a departure from the rest of the that hill, the bluff on Pocomo. This point, I kind of don't know what to say. I mean, I like your previous plan. This is Stephen Gambrell, obviously. Yeah, it's like an out-of-town house, or it's like an in-town house that's been moved out of town, and it's sort of creating a history out on Pocomo Point that never existed. Or if there was a history of, say, fishing shacks or something like that in Pocomo, this is really like the history of Liberty Street, brought out to Pocomo. So it's never thought any member of the HCC, let alone myself, would be saying, well, it feels too like contextual, but it feels contextual in town. I kind of don't know. I'm at a loss for words. But I like the design. I do. Okay, that's it for me.
Thanks,
Not
Ray.
much help. Sorry, Matthew.
That was a subtle way to comment. I appreciate that. Let's see, Joe.
Yeah, I'm trying, whoops,
Exclamation point.
that wasn't intentional for drama. I'm trying to ignore the previous approval.
Yeah.
Because I like it so much, and do feel like it felt like a coastal New England home and a large-scale home, but it feels grounded. And then when I look at this, I see a lot of vertical elements and formality that should be, in my opinion, closer to town, or even in Monomoy, where you're
Monomoy.
kind of
Yeah.
seeing
fair.
over town. You can make that visual bridge. Of course, then if you start putting porches on this and things to break up the verticality, then you end up going right back to where you used to be. So I feel a little tongue-tied like Ray, I guess. The one element, I mean, and I think that you do a great job with your historic referenced in-town structures. They're all very carefully considered. So there are a lot of elements on here that I think work well when I look at all the local symmetries. But then as a group, it feels like it's a lot connected together. On the east elevation, we got one exception to that previous comment, is this four-pitched roof that comes out from the right of that main entry gable. That feels incongruent, in my opinion. There's probably, not sure what the solution is to that, but that one element on the front feels a little bit like, I mean, those things exist, but on the front elevation, it feels like a primary spot that it probably would have been more thought through, and that feels like a secondary addition that might have happened over time, and I don't know if you would have done that to the front facade. And I can't tell if it's in the same plane as, it steps back just a little bit. I guess that's where the stair is. I didn't have the benefit of sitting on the previous review, but I mean, overall, the context just feels like it's not right in this context.
Is that Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to wrestle with whether or not I'm being prejudiced by the previous approval. So how much of that is weighing in on my commentary, and maybe as I sit with it, it'll soften. But right now, that's my first impression.
Thank you. Val?
Matt, when you were doing the previous design, I'm trying to remember, was this one of the houses you had done sort of a rendition from the harbor? And you set it in for
Yes.
all the other
Yeah, we
buildings
did.
on
Yeah.
that,
Yes.
that would be seen? I think that would be helpful.
We could do that.
Overall, I agree with what's been said. It's very formal, town formal. For me, like the east, what I'm struggling with is hierarchy on this building, like what would be the main mass and then having gotten added onto. And the front, what I'm considering the front gable with some door window situation, has a lower pitch than the one that's to the left of it. So it's things like that that is sort of fighting with each other in my mind to sort of make as a whole. I almost think the vista from the rear has a better feeling of there's a main house and then there's some additive massing to it. And the other thing is, can we have some door and window sizes? Because some of these look very, very large and it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at. Like the doors for the front, I don't know what's a door and what's a window.
Sure.
But yeah, overall, and if you could do that with the renditions,
I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Can I just follow up on a couple points? Was that
I'm gonna
everyone?
go and then you
Oh,
can
I'm
go.
sorry.
No, that's fine. I'll be quick. I think it's got an air of kind of out-of-town uppity. I think Ray said it a little more subtly. For me, the gable forward architectural dealing is incongruent with the connectors, which are more typical out-of-town masses. I think the part that's incongruent is primarily they're over-stylized, and it feels perhaps a little bit more than forced. And also those gable forwards, the roof pitches are too shallow. Quick summary thoughts, and if you want to comment, please do.
I appreciate all your comments and understand that this is a departure from the previous design. And I would just say that context-wise, I would say that Pocomo, and I do think that Val's suggestion of showing the bluff, because there is a certain level of, detail. I know that that's part of the context, so, but I hear what you're saying, so I think I've got enough information to kind of go back, study it, but the intention here was to basically, it's an homage, if you will, to some of this great detail, and there is intentional quirk, too, that's part of it, certain like level of randomness, so I would say that as going through the process myself, when I first started kind of looking at it and talking about all these ideas and concepts, I was like, whoa, it's it's not overly unified. But the more I did look at it, I did really start to gain an appreciation for it. Not everything is so perfect, but anyways, I got a lot of great comments from the board, so got some work
Okay.
to do.
Thanks, Matt. Before we go to motion, when do you anticipate this will be back?
Probably as soon as we can, so I don't know for the next deadline, I'm assuming. Do you,
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I almost feel like I'd like to put it this way. If there aren't kind of material changes to address the common themes, then I'd ask for a transcript that you guys provide of the minutes. This is sufficiently involved that I think that's relevant. However, we'll leave it to you, but on the other hand, if there are material changes and we don't really need to look at the minutes because they're significant enough along the lines of our comments, then you don't need to do a transcript. Make sense?
I think so. So you're
Yeah.
requesting a transcript of the?
If
Well-
you're doing nothing,
Yeah,
show us the minutes so we can tell
Yeah.
you what you didn't do.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
If you
got it.
do all kinds of things, then we don't need to see them.
Yeah. Okay,
Do all kinds of
understood.
things in line with the comments. Your
Understood.
client may say, well, we don't really want to make those major changes. Finicky around the edges is fine. If that's the case, do a transcript of the primary points of each member so we have it to review. And certainly more so if it's not something that's coming back in the next couple of weeks. Because
Yeah.
these things start to fade in our mind, and I think it's relevant. Can I get a motion generally to that effect, revisions?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There being no opposed, carries unanimously. That brings us to Swift Rock. Where am I on this? Oh, here we are.
It's a bit chilly in here, isn't it? Cold?
Okay, Matt.
It's a vent right here.
Keeps us on our toes.
By the way, Mr. Chair, I purchased a podium for the,
Pardon me?
I bought a podium for this space. It's in a box back there because I
Brought a
figured it'd be good
podium?
to, yeah. Amazon.
Nice.
I think we should have one here with a computer on it and people can run their own.
Matt, as long as you don't use it as a lectern, well, it's okay.
I won't. I will not. I will not.
No, that's wonderful.
It's right back there.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring in a 50-gallon drum so we can burn trash and.
Yeah.
cans.
We can do doo-wop.
I just want people to know in the back, it's almost 5 degrees cooler down here than up there. It's cold.
Is that right?
It's cold. There's a
Yeah.
vent right here.
It's colder here than up there, there's no question. And of course, the thermostat is up there. Okay, with all that said, we're going to move to 1 North Swift Rock Road alterations.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, so.
Please.
This is, so the main house, the board's approved. This is the existing structure that was on the property that we kept in place, didn't add any new ground cover to, but we are proposing to make some changes to the front porch, the rear deck, and it's primarily so that the two structures have the same window types, same trim details. There's not a significant departure in the trim detail of this structure, but the rake cut matches the recently approved main dwelling. So this house is set so far back from the road, but the facade of the structure, which is the south elevation, there was this hipped wraparound porch, which just, there was something about the proportions, it just didn't look right. And it also added to the mass of this structure. And so we are proposing to just simplify it to a simple straight shed. And so that this structure kind of reads more as a secondary structure, which is something we talked about quite a bit when we reviewed the main house. But the rest of the massing, I'm a huge fan of with the overhangs on the east and west elevations. There are currently 2 large chimneys, one of which is not functioning. It never was. I think it was just the aesthetics. So we're proposing to remove one of those. I mentioned the rears, the bottom sash window change to match the main house, and then the rear deck as an existing deck, so we're not increasing the size of that. And it is a straight railing, but because we do have this combination of shingled rail, open baluster detail, we just wanted that to match the recently approved dwelling. So I think those are all the changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Let's see, your board will be myself, Abby, Connie, Ray, and Val. And who would like to begin?
I have a question.
Please.
It would be helpful to have what was approved as the new structures.
Oh, in the package.
Yeah,
I agree.
You can supplement that.
it's just hard to remember.
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
And I would say that by and large, whenever anybody comes back in with revisions or, old business, it's important to have what came before because we just can't remember it all, that's all. I'm not saying what you did is appropriate or inappropriate, it's just hard to,
Yeah,
I remember the context of them together was important to me.
Yeah, we can do that.
thank you, Val. Would you like to continue?
No.
Okay. Let's see.
I
Ray.
can start. I'm fine with this.
Okay.
I think all the revisions to this house are completely appropriate.
Thank you. Connie?
So I guess I did have a question. We're removing one of the chimneys?
Yes.
Keeping one in place. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with this also.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Abby?
I wasn't reading this second floor balcony correctly. I thought the railings went all the way across, but now I see that some of that's shingle. I was wondering if it couldn't be just a little more shingle. It looks a little, the spindles are sort of, it looks so open. Maybe you could tinker that.
Sure. Certainly doable.
Anything else?
It's just a very long deck balcony too.
Okay.
It got pulled in a little bit, might be more better.
More better-ish? Okay. You don't love it, you don't hate it, but it needs to change. Val? Nothing to add? Okay. Can we scroll down to the lower right? Matt, my only comment, I think Abby's got some valid point, but I think that chimney needs to be wider by at least another foot. There's something about it that just, on the south elevation, which is the front, I don't know, it seems, it's not quite enough character. It's more of a distraction.
It's existing.
Yeah, still, well, but you have it in as, what is it bubbled for?
It's a great question. I think we added a cap to it for the vent, but, I mean, if we are moving it, I could widen it, but I thought it was staying in its current location.
And just to be clear, I think widening it left to right, not front to back. Typically those aren't always square, so that's not a problem. I'd ask that you look at that.
Sure.
Fair enough?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Right,
But
if we're
you may
altering
not
it-
need to, depending on what happens next.
Sure, gotcha.
Where are we, folks?
Well, Carrie suggested something when I was trying to talk about the balcony. Maybe it pulls in to that, see that triple window on the second floor and the two French doors, maybe it just pulls in.
Oh, I gotcha.
On either side, just to make it a little more proportionately.
I understand
Chair.
that.
Okay.
That makes sense.
I have a hand raised. It's not
Lisa.
a butter, Lisa.
Okay, I'm sorry, the individual with your hand up on Zoom, please identify yourself and then go ahead.
It's Lisa Berger. I'm just asking you guys to use your mics because I can't hear anything that's being said.
Okay, I think Abby is the culprit. I'm teasing you.
Should I say it?
Actually, you were
No,
too.
you don't need to repeat it.
It's
Thank you.
hard to hear you guys. I'd like to hear what you're saying. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate it. Let's see, I think we're at the point where we need a motion.
Well, I could try, well, I'm the only one that has a problem with the deck being too large.
And I'm the only one who has a problem with the chimney being too little,
I could,
Okay.
too thin.
Mr. Chair, I could, happy to adjust the deck shingling the way that Abby had suggested. And if we are altering the chimney, we could make that change as well. I just don't know if we're
What is the
making it.
material of the chimney?
It's stucco.
So you could reasonably enlarge it. It's not a big masonry chimney going down.
It is a masonry chimney. It's the strangest thing. We don't really know. There's two of them. One of them doesn't function, but I'm sure we could pad it out. If it was important, we could make it.
It's not that important. If it's being constructed because it's being moved, then I would say add a foot to the overall width. I think the best approach here is an Exhibit A. Who'd like to volunteer?
Well, I have one more comment.
After Val's comment,
I have one more comment, sorry.
and you get to do the Exhibit A?
No.
That's your
The
penalty for
south
having
side is eliminating a
That's her tax.
substantial amount of the porch. And if you look at the photo of the existing, that porch kind of ties that whole facade together. Are we gonna miss that? It's a very small, I don't know.
Val, could you refer to that comment with reference to what's on the,
South elevation,
yeah?
you see how the red shows where the porch is now, and right above it, there's that?
Yeah.
Now I scroll up to the photo of the actual building. And see how it integrates that whole facade. I'm just asking, does anybody else think, I just feel like it's getting so small now, it's,
I like the way it
Okay,
is.
yeah, go back to the
that's
elevation.
the rear,
Yeah,
isn't it?
That's
Not
the front.
yeah, that's the front.
Photo.
I think the photo for
I
now.
think that
and we'll go
photo
to
is the one you're looking for, Val.
Because the elevation shows what it's gonna look like.
And with the way the bubbling is, it looks like it's almost still there.
Okay, now back to the elevation, please.
You almost got it.
Yeah,
So
we
we-
need a podium here so everybody
got-
can do their own scrolling.
That was the idea.
So Val, just to make sure I'm clear, you're saying do and zoom out a little bit. A little bit more. And scroll down so we get the middle, smaller set. So you're basically saying that this, which is in pink, is being removed, and which is bubbled here, and we're gonna have this smaller element?
Yeah,
And you're concerned about that, looks like?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like the previous.
For what it's worth.
Matt,
Mr.
you can comment, and then we're gonna see if there's consensus, and we're gonna move this along.
Yeah, so the intent, one of the biggest reasons to minimize that was so that the structure reads as smaller and secondary. And it's also, it doesn't really come through I guess it does come through in the photographs, but that's actually this hip condition, and it's just really awkward. So that was the thought behind it.
It's not a standard hip wrap. Okay. Are there other people who are concerned about that at this point?
I'm just going to say that the reason I'm less concerned is because it's facing north, right into like 3 different neighbors. You know, it's a long way to get to that other road. I forget
Swift
maybe
Rock.
it's still Swift Rock. It rounds the corner there.
Yeah, it's pretty far back.
It's far back.
Okay. I think if we're gonna move this, we're gonna need an Exhibit A to address the porch and the chimney. So what do we wanna do?
I'll make a motion, so my motion was to bring in that second floor balcony to the edge of those 3 ganged windows on the second floor and bring it in.
Yeah,
You
your
know,
reference points
there,
were spot
And bring
on.
that in to the end of the French door.
Yep.
Bring it in a little bit. I don't think it would ruin your underside at all.
And as far as the chimney's concerned, can I, and I don't want to prolong this, but could I just find out if we are altering it? Because I was under the impression that we weren't, and adding to it might be complicated.
Yeah, so this is what I'm gonna suggest. Abby, you get to draw up an Exhibit A on the hard copy, And it would be the change you suggested and the change that I asked for in the chimney, which would be subject to there actually being relocation of the chimney versus padding it out. And you could just make those notes on one elevation, Abby. And ladies, if you'd be so kind as stamp that page Exhibit A and the application for Abby, and she can write it up. Abby, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries
Aye.
unanimously.
Thank you very much.
You're opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. Let the record reflect Val Oliver in opposition. 31 Exeter. Okay, and who do we have? Sean. Okay, Sean, welcome to the HDC. When you see your site plan, you can get started.
Awesome. Just confirming you all can hear me here.
Yes.
Yep.
Beautiful. All right, great. Yeah, so we're talking about 31 Exeter Street here. Exeter Street is a right-hand turn off of Tom Nevers Road, down one of the valleys. It's a dirt road. The property is located on the right-hand side. The scope of the proposal here would be a small addition on the front of the home, 4x10, which would bump out the mudroom, and then there would be an addition off the back that would be made possible by the square footage of the existing 20x20 garage that we would be proposing to demo if possible. Additionally, there's some additional work to the deck on the second floor, slight expansion of the deck on the second floor, and the addition of a deck on the first floor off of the new proposed addition on the northwest side of the home.
Anything else, Sean?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I understand you're representing your own application. In the future, you decide to branch out. When you propose modifications to a structure, please bubble them. It's much easier for us all to understand not only the context, but specifically what's being proposed. On this application, I think it seems relatively benign, and I'm going to suggest we proceed with this as though we're reviewing the entirety of the structure, and if we comment on something that's existing, Sean can tell us whether it's existing or not. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes, but do we need to look at the demo first? He mentioned a demo.
There's, no.
No?
It's just additions, right, alterations?
But does the
No,
demo-
this would include to generate the square footage for the new addition. This would include a demo of the existing 20x20 garage, which is located behind the main house.
Right, okay, so I anticipated that's a separate application. That, we can review these. You obviously cannot proceed until you get an approval for the demolition work. So you would need to submit a separate application and we can review that.
Okay, worth noting that I, under advisement from the staff at the HDC, to include it in this application.
So the demo is included in this somewhere?
Yeah, under advisement from somebody in the office there. I asked that specific question, and I believe I noted up toward the top of the application demo somewhere.
Well, it's a
Okay, well,
separate-
hey, everybody, let's just keep some decorum. Sean, I just want to get a clarification. You saying you included it as a narrative element in the application, or you provided drawings and other information?
I checked the demo box.
Okay,
under-
so I'm sorry, Sean, I'm gonna just short circuit that whole discussion. We're gonna need a application that is for a demo of the garage that shows images of the garage, a site plan, a locus plan, and that should be, and the age of the structure, and that should be sufficient to proceed. I can't say that I can't imagine it's gonna be an issue, given the location and so on and so forth, unless it's Sears and Roebuck's garage or something. But that is a separate application. We'll need to proceed that way. For now, we're going to proceed with what's in front of us. Everybody good?
Yes.
Ray, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I would like to underscore this idea that it's very difficult for us as a board. We have your existing conditions, they're on one set of drawings. And then when we go down to the new proposed, unless we have photographic memories, which at least I don't have, I'm unclear as to what's new, although looking at the site plan, it gave me a little bit of an idea what you're doing. I'm just trying to judge the visibility of any of this, to be honest with you. I mean, nothing's standing out at me as being egregiously wrong, but aside from the very vertical element that I see on south elevation, that last little tiny tail. See it on, oh, yeah, okay. Mr. Chair, can you come back to me? I want to see where these little elements are. And
Sure.
check the visibility, the one on the south and the one on the west. The one on the south only projects like 30 inches off the building.
Okay, so two matters to facilitate this. One, the board is myself, Abby, well, regular board and Carrie,
Oh, Carrie's on this?
you know?
Okay.
And guys, what I'd like to do, to keep it simple, is comment on the elevations. If there's anything you find inappropriate, just comment on it, and then we can get a clarification from Sean whether it's existing or not. I don't like to proceed this way. We're not going to proceed this way on a regular basis, but it's what we have now. And we'll go from there and see if there's revisions or not, and I can facilitate from there. Who would like to begin on this kind of half?
I can
arsed-
re-begin.
Oh, excellent. Thank you,
Okay.
Ray.
So I've examined the pieces on the quote-unquote back, the back being the point furthest away from Exeter. Now, even given the fact, and we're all too familiar out there with the paper road phenomenon, there's a paper road behind all this called Fairfield Street. But I don't think that those two little appendages, the 30-inch thing that's on the very back and the other thing that's on the south, I don't think they're egregious enough to warrant their needing to be changed just because of they're visible from a paper road, but that's just me. That's my only comment.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Carrie?
I'm, I think, most concerned with the Exeter elevation. Oops, sorry. I'm still trying to orient myself. I'm sorry I didn't get to see this before now, because I think the compasses on the plans are difficult compared to the elevations. I don't know why. But the main mass is closest to Exeter that exists, and the addition is to the rear. So in my mind, the most important is what's visible, which would be from Exeter. And most of that exists, correct?
Yes, what you're looking at, the top image there, elevation is almost what you see from the road, which you
Right,
can see up the driveway.
Yes, so you're adding a little pent roof in the existing porch roof and some elements to the left, some more second floor decking. There are 6/1s that exist now, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Administration. Yeah, I feel like most of this is not going to be visible unless you open up a whole bunch of vegetation for the addition, and then I might be a little bit more concerned, but yeah, I got to study it a little more. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
So I was gonna ask, if Joe is looking at this, would you like to be on this?
Joe?
You don't have to.
I'll sit on it.
Okay, Joe
Okay.
in for Abby.
My house happens to be on the locust plan.
Ah,
And I can tell you that Fairfield is as traveled as Exeter.
Oh, really?
oh,
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I
that
mean,
makes a difference.
all of these, I believe, I mean, all of these streets, the paper roads exist that parallel to Tom Nevers Road and that Lancashire, but I believe all the ones that come off parallel are equally traveled. I don't know if it's a major concern, because the most impactful elevation is the side view And the rear, we'll call it the Fairfield elevation, which is, I guess, let me just look, the south. That actually looks the most typical or appropriate with the series of stepped gables, I think. And then to what Carrie said regarding the front elevation, that will be visible. The pent roof, the way that I don't know if it's pent roof, that shallow gabled roof, I feel like that thing abutting the gable up above, there's a little bit of tension there. That feels a little peculiar to me. And then the current roof, as you move to the left, has this hip that wraps around, but now we have a second floor deck where the railing is fully exposed there. And I can appreciate trying to capture more second floor deck, but I actually think that existing hip roof, if that thing went around and somehow concealed all of this deck that you're adding on the side, that would be desirable. Other than that, I think I agree with Carrie that the bulk of the changes are on the side. They'll be visible from the neighbor's house, but they're not going to be visible from the public way.
Okay,
Those are my comments.
thank you, Joe. Val?
I have nothing more to say. I think there's a lot of this that's tremendously incongruent from new to old. The O1 windows or D1 the picture windows or something, I don't know. But if you guys are sure you can't see it. I've got nothing. I'm freezing.
Microphone frustration, freezing, icicle.
I'm home in a minute to get my coat.
Okay. I really don't have anything to add. I guess where I am is I'd like to get a sense of the board. Do we feel comfortable with moving this forward with an Exhibit A, or would we prefer to have anything we asked for in particular within revisions and the drawings bubble to show existing and proposed, or to show proposed versus existing?
I feel like a view might be helpful, just from what Joe said,
Mhm.
because I wasn't really thinking that all the streets are passable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and the only thing I'll add is there are some kind of Nantucket-esque elements to this that are not typical Tom Nevers. So, Sean, where we are with this is we're going to have a motion to hold for revisions. Revisions obviously being consistent with what we have discussed here this evening. And for you to, along with those revisions, bubble in anything that's proposed versus existing. Also do that not only in the elevations, but the floor plans. And we'll see you when you come back, which is, not atypical in of itself. Is that
do a
someone's
view?
motion?
Will
Oh,
we
in a
do a
view.
view?
In a view. Sean, you don't need to do anything on a view. We'll do that once we get a copy of the drawing. Staff will let us know, and we'll be able to go out there with our tablets.
Okay. I would say it's
there
worth
any
noting on the existing and the set that you have right there, new and existing is called out on the floor plans there, shaded versus not shaded.
Yeah, and just on the proposed elevations, go ahead and bubble in what's changing from the prior existing. Is there a motion?
That this is higher?
Okay, all in favor?
Motion.
You guys, we have a motion. Is everybody good with the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, because
Aye. Yay.
we're going to get another bite at the apple. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Let's see, that brings us to 6 West Dover. I forgot to mention, under the new reign of terror, we're actually going to be ending meetings at 7:30 PM.
Oh, I love that. That is so great.
That's the best reign of terror ever.
I mean, at least 8. I mean, what's with 8:30?
Well,
Well, it's almost 7:30, so why don't we just adjourn now?
in all seriousness, that's my goal, is we're out here by 8 PM.
I think.
Good evening, John.
Hi, John.
Sorry to create so much excitement before your application.
Quite all right. It is much chillier down here.
Yeah.
You're right. Good evening for the applicant, Attorney John Brescher. I'll do very quick backstory on this. This is kind of interesting. The property was owned by Lorraine Ireland. She was the trustee of this trust. And during, I'd say, maybe 2020, 2021, a studio was constructed on the property. Miss Ireland has since passed away. And the kicker in this is that the studio has no permits at all. No HDC permits, no building permits. And as you can see from A, the as-built, and B, some of the other pictures I've submitted, it's like 80% done. Since Miss Ireland has passed away, and we're representing the estate, we don't know who did the work. So we can't ask for any sort of, additional information from who did all of this, who constructed this. From what we can tell, this was, as I said, this was done during 2020, 2021. Coincidentally, I went over to the property a couple weeks ago. Actually, I take that back. A neighbor contacted me and asked me what the application was about. And when I explained to him what was going on, he said, "Oh yeah, that was kind of odd. We left in October, and when we came back in May, this was constructed." And he didn't really think much of it. It is a well-traveled street. I have no idea how on earth they got all the equipment in. It was stick-built. It is screened from the street, so I can sort of understand how folks didn't see it, but it's been in existence for about 2 or 3 years, and at this point, we're looking to get approval as an as-built.
Okay.
And I will also say, whoever did this, I think had an idea of what they were doing, because it's not, that doesn't seem that far out of line.
Well, Ben did the plans.
Ben did the plans as an as-built. We asked Ben, because we had literally nothing to give you other than Bracken's site plan as-built.
Got it.
And so
Okay.
we said, okay, well, if we're going to bring this in, we need to have some sort of plans to show you.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any questions for John? The board is going to be myself, Abby, Carrie, Connie, and Ray. John, I know we're tough on as-built. This is a fairly drastic strategy by Miss Ireland. But
The late.
Miss
well,
Ireland,
the
yes.
late to
Yes.
to have to pass away to get it approved. Who would like to begin?
Mr. Chair.
I think it's really cute.
Well,
Carrie.
hang on.
Oh, Holly, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Just for context, the main dwelling on the lot is a circa 1890s structure. It was formerly owned by Don Allen Sr., like the Don Allen. Considering this was built without approvals, I believe the dwelling is acceptable within the OHG. Appreciate the fenestration, and it matches its short stature, and it actually has some character. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin? Carrie?
Stephen?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mickey. I just want to, I don't know why I want to just get through this one.
I don't blame you. Thank you. Could you go to the elevations, please? So, this is obviously a kind of a quirky building, but it's not terribly visible. I didn't really look at this myself, but it appears that it's not real visible from Dover because of vegetation. But anyway, I think that if you're willing to do a little bit of surgery on the building, an easy fix might be to take that front gable, the lower one, and pull that small window above that wall forward. And that would eliminate that kind of awkward, kind of partial hipped roof wrapping around the front and give it a true sort of double gable on the front. That would be a relatively easy fix. And the rest is okay. Thank you.
I think that would be a cantilever situation, though. Then that gable would be cantilevering over. See on the west elevation down bottom right, where that, this,
I hear you.
that, pulling it out would cantilever it over.
Well,
That is actually flush, that window and that wall.
Right, so the issue is that the drawings,
That window and that wall are flush.
the west elevation is slightly out of scale with respect to the overhang of the roof and or maybe it's not, it's
It's
just,
just
this
that
is a
it's
three-dimensional.
overhanging.
This just says never rake over.
Yeah.
Right,
Okay.
but the wall is flush. It's not
This,
like,
this is deceiving in that can you bring this down a little bit? I'm just not quite that tall. This element is actually the same. Can we go back up?
it's just overhanging.
It's a little deceiving in that that element I just pointed out looks taller than this element, but it actually isn't. And then the fascia is inset. So Carrie, just reinforcing Carrie's comment is that by moving, you would actually, what you would have to do is change the whole lower portion of this hip above the fascia in order for that small gable window sidewall to be flush with the sidewall of the triple windows below, because frankly, they are already flush. It's just
So
that you.
can I add
Go
to
ahead.
that? If that's the case, then it's even simpler just to remove that kind of hip around the front of the building to make that a flush gable.
The only problem with that, Mickey, not to go back and forth, is you're gonna have a super wide fascia above that door as viewed from the north elevation. Super tall.
Yeah, so it needs studying, but I think that's to me, that's the biggest issue, is that sort of wraparound, sort of real partial hip coming around the front, so.
Okay, we appreciate the input. We're gonna go to the, I knew there was a reason I wanted to get through this quickly. Abby, your turn to talk. Oh, a motion. No, go ahead and comment, please.
No, I was going to talk about ending at 8 o'clock, but
Yeah.
well, I mean, whatever, you're looking for, what are you looking for to
Approve it.
to prove?
So they can
So you can
have it.
It's an as-built,
legal?
guys, it's an as-built, so they're looking to get through this process, so it's legalized. And they'll have to then get a late fee permit, building permit.
If I may?
Please, John.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I would also say that it is set up as a studio, as it is, that's how it was intended to be constructed. The estate is planning on selling this property, and I suspect that any other purchaser may want to convert it to a second dwelling, and if so, I suspect they'll be back in front of you.
Okay.
So you're just looking for an as-built?
it.
Okay, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Carrie?
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. It's so minuscule.
Okay. Connie?
Me too.
Ray?
I'm just gonna, Mickey, I'm just gonna say that I think that if you remove that eave, the gable forward would feel very vertical. It's
No.
not. I mean, you'd kind of need to make the whole thing wider.
And I can see the other fascia, the continuation of fascia is going to be the issue.
Yeah, so I'm okay with this.
Maybe the new owners will do some work to it.
Okay.
The new owners will do something.
Guys, how about I was hoping that we were going to go for a move-off demo. I was going to have you move it to my lot, but how about a motion?
I move to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
The next couple, I need to
Yeah, sure.
break.
Okay, so Ray's taking a break. It will be myself, Abby,
Frozen pizza.
Joe, Connie, and Carrie on the next one. So we are at 308 Nantucket Road, new shed.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
It's because you guys are right under the vents, like the highlight.
Oh, my God, it's freezing.
Yeah.
We can change the thermostat, guys.
Try to.
Oh, I turned it up to like 75.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, if we're hoping to get out of here at 8 o'clock, we need to focus. 308 Nantucket Road, new shed.
Good
Are you
evening. I'm
representing-
representing Uri tonight. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Tori. Why don't you go ahead when you see your site plan?
Sure. I'll defer to you guys with just a few comments. It is directly behind a large structure of the main house with almost no visibility from the road. And to that, I'll look forward to your comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. How Holly, are there comments on this?
I have comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, please.
So the main dwelling is a circa 1971. This shed, the cupola, I don't believe is appropriate. And to quote the late John McLaughlin, it should take a hike.
Okay. Any questions? Can we please go to comments and limit them to concerns?
I'll go, no cupola.
Carrie?
Proportion is all the way off.
Joe?
I haven't had a chance to take a look at
Connie?
it yet. Oh,
Abby?
Well, I don't, it's way in the back of the lot. The proportions are a little off in that it seems a little rocket ship on the side. But, I mean, it's a quirky little thing. I don't think it's so far off the Nantucket Road unless there's something I'm missing. You are going to see that rocket ship elevation, so if that could get wider, it might sit more comfortably on the site. So other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Carrie?
I already went.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie?
Yeah, I think it could be somehow widened to take away from that rocket ship. And the cupola, meh, I like a cupola, but I think it'd be okay.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
yeah, if they had no cupola, I think there'd probably already be a motion for approval. Its distance from the street is definitely a mitigating factor, but I think the proportions of the cupola would need to be tweaked. It needs to be thinned up. There's some interesting thin cupolas like way out Warren's Landing back in there. There's like 5 or 6 cupolas all within eye shot.
In the 40s or 50s, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you'd have to come back with some cupola options if you wanted it to, if you really wanted that, or we'd approve it without the cupola.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to the site plan, please? Okay, so my thoughts are either the cupola takes a hike or it gets widened by 2 feet, 1 feet on either side. And I think we could give them an option if there was an appetite for that to do the shed.
The shed.
Can we go back to the site plan? That's not 10 by 20 though. I'm sorry, go back to the floor plan and zoom in on the
Yeah,
floor
it's 10
plan.
It's 10 by 20.
Oh, is it 10 by 20? Okay, how about we just then eliminate the cupola? Do you want to confer with Uri and see if-
I'm happy to accept removing the cupola for an approval.
Okay, is there an appetite for that by way of a motion to remove the cupola?
Motion to approve without the cupola.
Okay, they can always come back
Absolutely.
once it's framed and we can
Yep.
do a view. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Carries unanimously. On to 41 Goldfinch, add portico, and it'll be the same board, myself, Abby, Carrie, Connie, and Joe.
Okay, so pretty straightforward. We are proposing to add a portico in Nosh Shop to the referenced dwelling before you. And with that, I will defer to your comments.
Okay, who would like to begin? I'm going to go with Joe as being the quickest absorber.
Sure. Well, one of my comments was going to be that I generally think that it would be appropriate on this building, but there aren't a lot of details to absorb. So I think we need, I mean, these things, the success of these boils down to how they're detailed, and the drawings are vague to me. It was particularly from the columns up, like
Yep.
how that terminates. So I think we just need a detail of this, at least I would. But I think it's generally appropriate, but I'd want to see how you're going to work out the top of it.
Thanks. Connie?
Yeah, I would second that.
Okay, Carrie?
I agree, and the size of the columns as well, and are they round?
Is it noted on the application?
I
believe-
Not very well.
I don't remember. It's
scanned.
been a while.
Okay, well, we're going to have it back before, so
Details
let's
all around.
find out if they're round or
Yep,
square.
absolutely.
Abby?
I'm okay with the portico. I just need more detail on the drawing.
Okay, can we get a motion for a half-inch detail of the portico, including annotation to let us know whether they're square or round?
So moved.
Actually, just do a half-inch elevations and plan view. That'll indicate
With all the
Sorry,
detail.
half inch and what?
half-inch detail of the elevations and the plan.
Great.
Is that your motion, Joe?
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
I thought it was Abby's, but yes, it's mine.
Oh, Abby and Joe. None opposed, carries unanimously. We're going to move to 34A Grove Pool Hardscape. Who's back? Ray's back.
Valley back?
Why don't you sit off one more and we'll let alternates. If you're, okay, so me, Abby, Ray, and it looks like Carrie and Connie are neck and neck. It'll be Carrie and Connie. Okay, when you're ready, Tori.
Sure. So this is at the end of Grove Lane. It's the very last dwelling on this road, dead end, surrounded by what I believe to be wetlands and land bank. They are proposing to relocate the driveway that exists over to where you see it bubbled. And they would like to do a pool to the interior of the lot where you see it bubbled, a small pool.
Okay.
And I've got some photographs to back up exactly where, and the proposed vegetation is also highlighted. This is the existing driveway.
Can we zoom out just a little bit more? Like 3 clicks or 2 clicks? One more.
So the road basically ends about 15 feet to the right of that. I believe that's a National Grid post there at the corner of the driveway.
Okay, next image. Uh-oh. File size, that's going to be in organizational focus.
There you are. There's the end of the road. This is where they're proposing the new driveway. The clearing you see there.
Where's the pool go right there?
Straight back to the back of the new shingled corner, beyond the deck there and beyond the tree,
Oh, well, I missed.
with proposed vegetation as well in front of that.
Okay, can we go back to the site plan, because I'm also having some. And zoom in. Yeah.
It's, even the mouse is cold.
Yeah.
Oh. So can I ask? I
One
just-
sec, I just want to make sure we're all clear on where the pool is relative to the.
I am
existing
now.
structure. Anyone have any questions
Well,
on location?
I thought it was here.
That's all wetlands, Abby.
Okay, so there's a square box on your site plan, but you want it right up near that new driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Behind-
road is right here.
In front of the driveway, yep.
Okay, so it's at the rear of the house, off the deck, beyond the driveway.
Behind that tree.
The driveway is the new driveway, not the existing driveway.
The driveway proposes the new driveway, correct?
Okay. House is in light line to the left of the cars. Okay, so is anyone still unclear on the pool location relative to the house?
No,
Or relative to the driveway?
no,
Or relative to the street?
no.
Okay.
No.
Very most important.
Got it.
I'm
Would you like to go?
I'm relevantly
I
ready to
can.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think this is just about the worst place you could put a pool. You're looking right down the driveway at the pool, and that means then I mean, it's a very open lot. I used to walk down here all the time. It's very open, except where it's not. But I mean, this particular site is very open. It is. It's just like you can see everywhere. So that means then you would have to bring in vegetation, you'd have to bring in fencing. I mean, why not put it behind the house where no one can see it?
Can I tell you why?
There's no
There's a
space.
marsh.
There's a red line, that red sort of snaking line is the 50-foot setback from the wetlands.
Well, maybe this is, maybe this just isn't an appropriate site for a pool because of the marshlands and
I'm just telling you why it's there.
No, I understand. I just.
So Addie, thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Carrie?
I think we just need to have some sort of fence and a lot of planting, and until you have that, we're not going to really be convinced that it won't be visible, because it is raised out of the ground by 18 inches as well. So that's just all important stuff. I see you have little circles around the driveway, but I think that-
Vegetation, yep, I was
yeah,
gonna bring
think
that up.
I think like a type 2 natural weather 4-foot fence behind that hedge on the pool side to truly hide it would
Yep,
be
we're more than happy to
ideal.
accommodate that.
I think that's really the only way to go about this.
That's, one more click on that pool area in the driveway would be good. And then center it up. Okay, so Connie, you're next.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the driveway. It's more the pool and, what's already been said about fencing, vegetation, and not being able to see it, that type of thing. How big is the pool?
7 by 12, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Well, it's not very big. Yeah, it's very, not very big at all.
Small.
Anything else, Connie?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
So just a couple of comments. I'm with Carrie on if it's going to get approved in this little location right here, there's going to need to be more vegetation between the parking and also down the side than what is being shown. And the other thing to consider here is if that rectangle is the pool, or if that's a footprint that you're allowed, you're going to need to subtract like 15 inches minimum for the coping, which also can't transgress the wetland setback. So you're taking 3 foot, how wide did you say the pool was?
I believe it's 7 by 12. It should be notated right there if we zoom in,
I
or
can't-
it's on the application as well.
I can't read it online.
7 by
Yeah.
15.
7 less 3 is 4. The pool is going to be 4 feet wide.
Yeah. That's why we're saying it's a bathtub.
No, literally.
Unless
it's
they move it
bathtub,
forward, is
because-
what you're saying.
Because
Yeah.
by the time you get the structure in place, it's come in, so, well, I'm just noting that down.
No, good notes, absolutely.
And maybe the pool has to drift closer to the parking, which has to move further away.
Yep.
Then you get a little bit wider, but the main point from the HTC perspective is screening like crazy on the side where we're gonna have any potential visibility. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Clarification, the tree shown in the deck, the deck is existing and there's a planter opening for that?
There's an existing tree, which you can see in the photo we looked at a minute ago.
Right, and how does the deck that's shown relate to that? Is there an opening in an existing deck, or are we saying?
It's an existing deck as far as I understand, and I believe you can see it in the photo as well with the tree.
It's not in the deck, the tree.
The tree is not in the deck, but the
Okay,
deck
so-
is existing, is what I'm trying to say.
So, okay, those two things can't be the same and true.
Oh, I see. Oh, now I see. Sorry, I see.
So basically, the bubble.
So the
needs-
deck must be proposed. I got
Right,
it.
So we need, when we get the revision, please.
I'll
let
clarify
bubble-
that.
Yeah, just so we have it for.
Yep, absolutely.
The other thing I would ask you to consider, you're gonna be making modifications. Ray brings up a really good point with respect to the coping. I would ask you guys to take a look at incorporating the small pool into the deck and simplifying the whole presentation, and I think it doesn't change or negate the necessity for screening along the driveway side and along the perimeter side, but it's gonna be a more, you're gonna be able to eliminate the coping, it's gonna be a more cohesive presentation. They're probably gonna be happier with it.
Yep.
None of those things are in the HCC purview.
No, I knew there was a reason I voted for this guy for chair.
Stop.
That was brilliant.
Mr. Chair, can I also add another
Yes,
comment?
please, Holly.
This is also for driveway material, and I want to note that my understanding, this part of Grove Lane is dirt.
It's, yeah.
And they're proposing an apron, so just, I know that's not required by zoning, but it's a little odd.
Do you want it?
I believe the applicant wants it, but open to the conversation.
Okay, are we open to the conversation, or because it's dirt, we think it should not be an apron?
I don't care.
No, it
Okay.
should just be dirt.
Okay.
But
A
I
dirt
had a,
apron.
I had
Yeah.
a thought for
Abby?
Tori. So I'm thinking about your driveway thing, and I'm wondering, you're moving it from where it says existing driveway, correct?
Correct.
And as I remember, that's sort of a long driveway there. I mean.
I believe it's a shared driveway with an
Yeah,
easement to
shared
the
driveway.
rear lot, and,
Wait,
That's-
let
sorry.
Abby have the floor.
Yeah, I'm just saying, maybe rethink changing that driveway to the other side, because you're going to have a lot more play with your area there than if you change it, you're sort of getting rid of your chances of doing a patio or any of that stuff. And the others, yeah. Yeah, and this is the north side of the house, so that's going to be in shadow, so.
Okay.
Something to think about.
Thank you, Abby. So you get the gist?
Yeah, could I
Some
answer Abby's
consensus?
reasoning for why we're moving it?
I don't think you need to do that.
No,
I think you
I
get-
just
you get-
wanted to point out that we're doing it because of the wetlands.
I understand. I think we
Okay.
need to take a look at what the consensus views are.
Yep.
Make modifications.
Okay.
Bring
No
them on
problem.
back, and I think we'll be, we're going to be one step closer, obviously, to.
You got it.
Um,
And can I get clarification on your recommendation for the fence? What was the height and board or
I
picket?
would do 4 feet and do a
Yep.
natural letter picket with the hedge planting on the street side.
Yeah.
Got it.
Just so you really cover your bases on hiding the thing.
No problem.
And that sounds like we're going to go with a motion to hold for revisions, and that's Ray's motion?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, we are now on to 40 Vesper.
I think Six Forest might be next.
Oh geez, look at me skipping ahead. 6 Forest, please. I'm getting tired, I gotta break out the bifocals.
Do we want to start on the site plan or the elevations?
Yeah, why don't we start with the site plan for orientation, and then we'll go
Sure.
to the next step.
Okay, so this is a vacant lot that we recently just moved, 113 Nantucket Road, a cottage off of Lambing property, onto the site, as you can see in the bottom left corner of what's before you on the screen. We're proposing a new garage with finished but uninhabitable space above. And the rectangle that you see to the bottom of the garage is just an overhang for exterior space. And with that, I will defer to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Can we zoom, go back to the locus? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Oh. Where's AV? We need tech support.
why it's doing that.
Okay, back to the elevations when it unfreezes. Okay, so it's going to be the regular board and Joe. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Val?
In and of itself, I don't necessarily have an issue with the garage. I'm not sure about the standing seam, and next to the house that it's going to be next to, and it's 5 feet apart from, what is the scale difference between the two structures? That's what I'm trying to figure out. The house that is on the site versus this?
I don't remember the height of the move, but I know the height is obviously proposed here, and I'm happy to provide a side-by-side.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
it's so close.
absolutely. There are photos of
I
the,
see that, but
yeah, the
5
cottage.
feet away.
With the space, right.
Okay, Val?
And I'm struggling with seeing how those are gonna go together.
Sure, no problem. I'm happy to provide that.
And Tori, just for clarification, this is going to go on the left side of the structure?
Right,
Okay.
straight ahead.
Correct.
Right is incorrect?
Right,
Not who's on
straight ahead.
first. Okay.
Correct, straight ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. Val, anything else?
No, the standing seam is a concern, but.
Sure, and we're happy to do shingle if you would prefer.
Ray?
Well, interesting, because I thought that it was standing seam, and I said, well, maybe that's just the rendering, and the roof is down as black. So I figured it wasn't a black metal roof.
Yes, they were proposing that for the future option of doing solar.
Black metal.
Black standing seam metal roof,
Okay,
yep.
I'm with Val on this. I would rather not.
Yeah, happy to go
I
shingle.
definitely would not want to see that. And also, I think it's a little vertical, but I would like Val, see it side by side with the house.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I'm looking at the elevations, north and west have a horizontal line that I'm assuming is just a floor line, that's not really a trim line?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see these two next to each other because they're 5 feet away, but that doesn't include the stair that comes off the house, so they're actually like 2 feet away from each other. I think that they might look at this and realize that entire porch that's on the side of this garage shouldn't be there, especially since it's labeled as having solar. It's gonna be, I mean, I'm not an expert, but that's gonna be right up against the house. I'm not an expert in solar. I
No, the
think
shade, yeah.
the solar, if it was on the upper roof, might be fine and more reasonable, but I think when we see these side by side, they're gonna be right on top of each other.
Yeah, and the solar shouldn't have been included in this application. That hasn't even been discussed with a proper company yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
See-
my comments, I guess, are regarding the porch, and I like the idea of having the roof materials match the main house, which it looks like it's wood, right?
What'd you
Is that
say?
right?
The roof on the cottage? I believe it was wood, yeah.
On the cottage, okay. Let's see, Abby?
I would make the windows the same as the main house. I don't know if they match, but that's another reason to see them side by side. See how and maybe the roof pitch could be the same as the main house. Right now, it looks a little steep.
Thank you. So I agree. I mean, I suppose it'd be beneficial to see them side by side. Personally, I think they're too close together. I don't think we should be approving that. It's going to be too boxed in. There is more space on the lot. And for me, the side by side is just to get the relative proportions of the massing as vertical elements in mind. So I think we would hold for elevation of the two side by side. And did we have any, other than the metal roof? I don't think there were any other concerns, correct?
No, they're tangible.
Okay, that may change when we see them side by side.
Sure,
Just
could I
fair
ask a
warning.
question?
Yep.
There is future development for what's remaining on the lot. Would it be helpful to show place setters of what the future development is? So that you can see why we have this where we have
Yeah, I
it?
think, to the extent you have that information, it would be beneficial just to show what's going to go there.
Great.
Let's see the full package.
Yep.
Okay, so a motion to hold for some additional information and some minor revisions at this point.
That's my motion.
Thanks, Joe. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Okay, now we are on to 40 Vesper.
Right.
And it is the regular board and Connie.
Okay, you ready for me? Regular board
Yes.
and Connie, you said?
Yep.
So that's Steve, Ray.
The trick here
Val,
is to spell in Morse code. John McLaughlin was
Abby.
here.
And Connie. Okay, great. This is a, where are we at?
It's a shed.
12 by 12 shed with a slight overhang over the front door, one door, no windows or doors on any of the other side. I believe it's board and batten sides with a cedar shake roof.
May I?
Yes, I would, I know what your comment's going to be, but please go ahead.
Okay, I think this one's fairly simple. So this is rendered all wrong. There's no corner boards. I mean, we don't use cedar shakes out here, we use cedar shingles.
Sorry.
I don't think, given its proximity to Cato, and it is right on Cato, that it should be batten board vertical. I think that it just needs to be,
Yeah, simple.
we only have 2 out of 4 elevations, and only one of them has an aperture of any kind in it, and that being a door, no windows or anything. It just needs work. Like the overhang, you need to have rakes, and you need to have eaves, and you need to have all, a beam to hold up the overhang. None of that is here. Yeah, this looks like a Flintstones type shed.
No problem. I can fix that.
You get it, Tori.
Yep.
I'd like to suggest we move for revisions
Yeah.
along
Yeah.
those lines. And the only thing I'll add is the concrete pad should be under the structure to be more typical
Correct.
also.
Say that again, Steve?
But we don't typically have, like, this looks like a building that someone would come and set. with a
Yeah,
crane
it should
and
be
then pick it
below
up.
grade, right?
Yeah,
Is what you're saying?
exactly.
Yeah.
How about a motion to hold for revisions to
So
make this more
moved.
typical? Abby, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
all in favor, say aye.
May I-
Sorry on that
May I
one.
ask a question?
I
You,
think proportionately, it's fine. It's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
It's
just-
the
it needs
details.
Just
Yeah.
some stuff.
and just to be clear, we would prefer white cedar shingles on the sidewalls and red cedar shingles on the
That's
roof.
fine, just let us
Yeah,
know.
typical structural elements.
shakes.
Better to not poche if you don't have the right material and just label it. And I think we're going to just stick with the same board when we move to 30 North Liberty, hardscape patio fire pit.
Where is it? Ready for me?
Yes, start.
Okay, great. And we said same board plus Connie? I think, right, Connie?
Oh, yes.
Same board plus Connie, right? Okay.
Yeah, same board. plus-
So 30 North Liberty Street, you recently approved a change from the asphalt shingles to red cedar shingles for the roof, and we'll be replacing the sidewall as well. We would like to remove this concrete pathway that you see right here and replace it with grass. We would like to clean up the driveway and replace it with 3/4 white gravel pea stone, I believe. And we would like to do a patio. There's the driveway from the front, from the street. And we would like to do a patio in the rear that extends the width of the back of the house out 18 feet, I believe, just until the topography increases a bit. And there's a fire pit in the patio. The outdoor shower will remain where it is. Patio would be left to right on the back elevation there. Right till where that topography increases.
No plan?
Yeah, there is a site plan. I believe we already passed it.
Okay, I missed it, sorry.
No problem. Right
Oh,
there.
there we go, thank you. Okay, let's see, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is with a contributing structure circa 1938, which I think is important. This is located within the OHD. A bluestone patio, I don't believe is appropriate for this type of structure, as it's very formal material, something more laid back would be more appropriate, like a brick or something like that. Gravel is fine, obviously, for a driveway. I was concerned on an apron because there is no existing apron right now and it's not indicated on the plans. And I did have concern understanding the need to remove the concrete walkway, but the concrete walkway also extends to the road with a step, and there's a concrete curbing that actually goes in front of this house. I was concerned on what that treatment was gonna do, or if it was just gonna drop down, or, what exactly the intention of that right there. Noting that this is part of, once you get into the curbing, you're dealing with the town right-of-way. So those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Did I establish a board on this?
Yes.
I did. Okay, Connie is our alternate. Okay, who would like to, oh, Mickey?
Just one thing to add to Holly's, is that Tori said white pea stone?
They were hoping to do white 3/4 gravel pea stone, I believe.
Okay, so we'd much prefer to see that natural than white.
Okay, but just to stay on that point, pea stone is different from gravel.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pea stone
got it.
is round, and it's sort of a beigey color.
I've seen it,
Gravel,
yeah.
Can be white, it can be black, it can be gray. What were you in favor of it being?
Well, just natural.
Just not
Rather
white.
than white. Not white stone, but natural stone.
Is pea stone okay?
Pea stone's fine.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mickey.
Sorry, and what is the apron? I don't
There is
see-
not an apron proposed. I'm happy to accommodate that if that is what the board would like to discuss.
There we'll need one.
Yep, on a paved road, understood.
That'll be under zoning. Okay, anything from who?
The pea stone thing is already taken care of. That's what I would love. And I do agree with, I forget whether it's Holly or Mickey mentioned sort of the bluestone. It'd be better if it was like Goshen or something like that, a little
Okay.
bit, friendlier. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Otherwise, fine.
Thank you. Let's see, Val?
I have nothing to add. If you take the concrete walkway out, what would be replacing it?
The grass, and to Holly's point, I'm sure we're happy to accommodate keeping the concrete curbing in place and accommodating with the town how we handle that.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to show you.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Tori, what are you saying? You're going to replace it with
So
just
they were going to
grass?
remove it and put grass, make it the lawn in its entirety. But I didn't think about the curbing, so we're happy to communicate with the town and make sure that that's,
I would leave it, in my opinion.
leave the step?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah, whatever you,
We'll address it.
yeah,
Okay.
we're happy to accommodate whatever you prefer.
Okay, let's see, Abby?
I don't know, this is kind of silly, but I think that walkway kind of goes with the history of the house. And I mean, I would take, for an apron on the other side of the house, I would look at brick, or just maybe look at the other houses that are on North Liberty around you and see what that apron should be. But the house has a style of its own, and I think you might be taking some of that away by taking up that walkway. And I agree, I think that the back patio should be a little more naturalistic.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing else to add. I agree with what's already been said.
Okay, so I'm going to bring up I think the step needs to stay, clearly. There isn't going to be a transition without, you're pulling on a thread on a cheap sweater. It's going to just unravel the whole thing. Pea stone is appropriate, or natural gravel, which is the same color as pea stone. Either of those two. I agree that the walkway does present with that era of the house. I think it's congruent to have that. I think you could tone it down by using stepstones in a field of grass, but something needs to be there. The element that hasn't really been touched on is the fire pit. Now, obviously, it's in the back of the structure, but it is an element that affects the built environment by extension during the evening hours, and therefore the character and setting. And under that rationale. I'm totally against it. Noting, however, that if it's a temporary fire pit, the HCC doesn't have control over it. But if it's a built-in unit, I am against it. Those are my comments. I think it's a relatively simple thing, but I think we would like to get some revisions. Is that correct?
Yeah, a picture of what the intended fire pit is.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how about a motion for revisions and additional information?
Sure.
I'll
and can I-
make that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I ask one
Motion
question?
Yeah, sure.
Would Goshen stone be appropriate for the apron
No.
No.
to match the? Okay,
It would snap.
Yeah.
Got
It's-
it.
It's brittle.
okay.
Probably the best thing there would be
We'll look at the neighborhood.
cobble or,
Yeah.
yeah, look at the neighbor.
Okay,
The
great.
neighbors have concrete.
Yeah, I think it's either concrete or tar down there.
Right.
Yeah, really.
Thank you.
It's a working person's neighborhood. It used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to move on to, hi, Lisa. We've got a new shed over on Astor's Island. And your board is going to be myself, Abby, Val, Carrie, and Joe.
And I emailed in some photos, but I don't think anybody probably got them. They're on my phone. I'm going to have to.
I know, that's why I couldn't decide if I forgot my packet too. I tried to find the habit.
Let's,
You'll see a picture in there of the turnaround from kind of an aerial view, and then you'll see on the site plan where the shed is going in that turnaround. It's a very tight Conservation Commission envelope.
can we center the lower, yeah.
Going that way, you can see the house.
Yeah,
I
that's
I
good.
can hand.
And we're going to pass out some images.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's such a cool, where are my words? That's such a cool project. So here's the thing, look, it shows these dormers are not flush dormers, but they, yeah, I don't know, I want to ask somebody, why does it keep doing that? But see how these
Okay,
are
sounds
are
good.
flush.
Can we go to the elevations, please?
Yeah.
Will be overhead, it's just the overhanging roof.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a pretty, it's not really a shed. What do we call it? I think a boathouse or
A boathouse minus the boathouse doors.
Oh, no, it has boathouse doors right there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, one more click, please, Al.
And it's all natural to weather. But we did suggest that the windows maybe match the yellow of the house, potentially, or green. I mean, we're open to suggestions, but it's so far from the house, we weren't thinking that we should paint it yellow like the house. We were letting the house be the house and then just have this be a separate outbuilding,
Okay.
more of a barn.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thought this was a large shed, but being a boat building would be more appropriate. I was mentioning that it would have been nice to see photos of the existing structures on the site to see how this relates to those structures, especially how I've personally never been at Astor's Island before. I don't know how many people have. I've been talking about it many times. So I think that would have been helpful to see its relationship between the two. I think this is a nice structure, but how does it relate to the context of the?
I can show
dwelling there?
those to you if you'd like.
Okay.
I did bring them.
If you email them to HDC submissions, can you guys pick them up?
Not instant here.
Not here, okay. We'll want to set that up at some point, but I'll work on that.
Well, it's gonna, no, always have photos.
Well, yeah, clearly, I mean, it's the preference. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No more liberties. Okay, guys, I want to get back to focus on this. Let's see. It is, again, myself, Abby, Carrie, Joe, and Val. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Abby.
If this relates to the main house, I think it's a great little shed or whatever it is. I'm worried about, we were just discussing on whether on the east and west elevation, it looks like a flush dormer, and then on the south and north, it looks like it's set back. I just want to make sure it's set back and not a flush dormer, because I think it looks great the way it is on the north and south.
I think it might be set back 6 inches, like the width of the corner board. Not completely, not a
Looks like
foot.
it's
Yeah.
more like a
But
foot.
enough so that you can get the trim to carry across.
Right, you've got the eave carries over, so it
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
like it's a
We
foot
wouldn't
or
have
more.
it flush with the bottom wall.
Okay, that's
Okay.
it, thanks.
Thank you. Carrie?
Looking at the pictures, it's all like a one-story rambling house, no dormers. And so the dormers sort of throw me off on this as a shed. If it read more as a barn and didn't have such sort of cottage-like features. I see you have sort of a block and tackle at one end or that thing. And I just wonder if it could possibly read as a barn more. And still get what you need upstairs. I'm not sure how exactly.
I think it would
but-
have to get taller, which we really didn't want to do. And it only has half a upstairs, half a loft.
Yeah.
So, and it,
Maybe it's just if it had more barny details, like instead of a double hung window in the gable, maybe a big 9 light or 12 light, maybe the garage doors were more barn-like doors. Yeah, I don't know.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see, Val? Joe?
Yeah, I only glanced at the pictures, so I'm assuming your rake details and so forth are matching the house. But to Carrie's point, it did look like a lot of simple gables. And I don't think it's an issue if this was a, quote, barn, if it increased in height. You'd often see the barns are the biggest structure on a property. So even though it's a single-story main house, I think this barn structure the roof lines could be simplified and made taller, and then I do think you have an opportunity to tackle some of these other elements that relate to that vernacular. So I think it would be interesting to see it go in that direction. Otherwise, I do think as a standalone building, it feels appropriate, and if we had close-ups of the house, it might be able to bridge that gap, but from what I saw, it looked like it could go more simpler.
Thank you, Joe. Val?
Lisa, how far is it from the one building to the other?
it's pretty
Oh.
far. If you look at if you go back to the site plan, it's in the circle.
Yeah, but you can't read the numbers, that's why I'm asking. You know, like, is it 50 feet or 30 feet or, because maybe if it's far enough apart.
Sorry. If you could go down, I could probably tell you. The building's 20 feet long. So it looks like it's about 40 feet, maybe?
Close to. Okay.
New York Avenue, that's funny.
Val?
That was it's just how they relate. And then maybe is the north the water side?
The west is the water, I believe. Do I have that? West or east? The one with the French doors.
It says north on.
Oh, north, I'm sorry, excuse me. West is the front that
So
faces.
if those stay, maybe a barn door could slide over them, so from
Yeah, we could definitely
water,
do
it
that.
looks like a barn.
Yeah, a pair of barn doors on either side of
Yeah.
that would work and still allow you to have those windows.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Just to add, so if it turns out going towards a barn, I could see natural to weather trim and so forth, and, doors that Val just mentioned, like barn doors. But if it goes more cottagey, I would do the yellow trim to go with the house. I think that would be really sweet.
If she has natural to weather trim.
But has Essex green.
Essex
Well, that was
green
just for the
sash.
window, sorry.
Okay.
Or we could do the yellow to match.
Well, yeah, that was my thought. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so
Oh,
Lisa-
oh, sorry, I just got a text from the client who told me it's 100 feet away, is what he said. From the house.
Our measuring sticks are different. So I think where I am with this, Lisa, I really want to see more images and, you have the images, I want to please see them in the file. My
Yeah.
inclination is these structures, and if I'm incorrect, please provide precedent photos with locus marked up. These structures are typically very simple and low slung, which is to say there's more ground coverage and it's a little more spread out. I'm not adverse to the concept of barn detailing in terms of cladding and simple details. However, I don't think a tall, big barn like you'd see in Pennsylvania versus the structure of the home, no offense, Joe, is appropriate for this particular location. These are really, again, my recollection is this is low-slung structures. So those are my thoughts. So I think we're gonna ask for images in the images shown today, supplemental images, precedent images, and revisions. Is that?
Right, whether or not it goes in the direction of a barn.
It'll be
or-
up to you, given what you heard
Simpler
tonight.
details, I guess, is where
Yeah.
everybody was going.
I sort of got kind of in between. Okay, we'll talk
Does
about
that
it.
give you enough information to work with?
Uh,
You're gonna have to read consensus on this. I think.
I know, I don't really feel like I have a consensus, but
Yeah.
I guess I'll figure it out. It seems like
This might
that.
be a two-step revision. As in, you come back and we might give you some more. I think that we're at a deficit because we don't have contextual photos that we all looked at and had a chance to preview and think through.
Can we go
So,
there?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure you can go there.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so no, so there wasn't a site viewing?
No,
No.
I
Does it
think-
make sense to?
No, but just having the photographs.
yeah. So, if you want to arrange a view, let us know, and
Okay, I'll
otherwise,
talk to the
we'll
client.
need copious amounts of images.
Because you can drive there, it's not a.
Yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not
Guys,
sure.
I want to rein
Okay.
this in so we can get another
Okay.
application in.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Motion to hold for revisions and information, please.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that leaves us with
Really?
10.5 Sherburne Turnpike, or the Turnpike, Rise Hardscape. Hey, Linda. So it's going to be myself, Abby,
on.
Ray,
Steve.
Val,
Abby?
and
Who?
it's a toss-up. It looks like
Joe
Carrie
Paul?
again, just on the chads here.
Is it Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably should have been on consent. It was already on consent once, and it's going up a foot, and we added another planter at the bottom to hide the foot. That's it. The splash pool's already approved, the wall's already approved, the fence is already approved, and all it's doing is the wall's going up a foot, and as I said, we added another.
Hey,
Well, we added a
hold on,
2-foot.
guys.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, hey, would you allow the chair to do his job, please? Linda has the floor, and Linda, when someone else has the floor, I would ask you to extend the same courtesy. Please go
If I
ahead.
get it. It's gone up, the planter on the bottom is going up to hide the extra height. So we added an extra planter on the bottom on the driveway side. This is an odd situation. It's on Hamlin, but it's on the part of Hamlin at the very, if you came in from Sherburne Turnpike, you would dead end at this property and the one right next to it, because Hamlin doesn't go all the way through anymore. It was cut off coming in from Cliff Road. So this is at the terminus, and they have two driveways. They've had historically two driveways, one from Sherburne Turnpike, which is up, the grade changes about probably 6 to 8 feet from down there to Sherburne up on the other side of the house. And this is down and back. You can see the extra planter with the little plants on it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay, Val, did you want to comment? Do you have a question?
No.
Okay.
There's nothing circled, I didn't understand it. And,
Okay, so it will be, Abby's going to sit off.
Thank
So
you.
it'll be myself, Carrie,
Joe?
Joe, Ray, and Val.
All right, got it.
Who would like to begin?
I have a question.
Okay, Carrie?
Maybe you said it, I missed it. What are the retaining walls made of? They look like they're rail ties now. Is
Yeah.
the new one a rail tie as well?
I believe it is stone, but you should look at the plan. I haven't looked at this. I've been sitting here for a month waiting to come on.
Okay, can you point us to where the note is, please?
Right there. Go up. Right there. They reversed it. They fixed it up there on the screen.
These notes are a little confusing. I just want to say because we're making modifications, but I'm not seeing bubbles. Am I missing something?
Not seeing them.
No, that's what he put in.
Yeah.
And
Who-
as
who
I
is
say,
he?
it's already been on consent.
Hold on, Linda.
It's already been approved.
Linda, I have the floor. Who is he?
Jesse brought this in and got it, well, we brought it in a long time ago and got it approved.
Okay.
And now
so-
we're just modifying right there, if you look up at the screen, that bottom part. We're modifying that and adding another planter.
Okay, so just remind Jesse, please, we love him, but he's got to bubble his damn changes, okay?
I know.
Thank you.
The walls are natural
Guys.
stacked stone.
Natural stack stone.
Yep.
Joe?
This is just a clarification. So the site plan that we're looking at, if you zoom out a smidge, says previously approved plan, May 9th, 2023.
Yeah.
Then there's another page, well, let me, before you move,
Wait.
like, over by the garage door there, there's steps that
Yeah.
go up to the yard. But then there's another page that has a lot of this same information, but doesn't have that stair. That's back towards the application.
We're up.
Yeah, keep going.
So which one is?
There, yeah. So this one says that you're changing the wall height from 4 to 6 feet. It looks like that stair went away.
Yeah.
Is this the most current?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the
All right.
stair goes away?
We used to be able to get to the cottage, which is on the right. It's above the garage. The grade changed so drastically that they've taken that access away.
Okay, can you zoom out a little bit? Because this looks like a completely different change. The steps, there's step stones on the left.
Yep.
It's much better rendered.
This is the proposal.
Okay.
Okay. So
That's helpful.
we could have saved a lot of time on that. Okay, because, please zoom out a little bit more so we can see the full, yeah, and then, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It looks to me, and if you look at the lower right picture, if you can, sorry to make you zoom in and out, but that lower right picture, the existing lawn looks like it rolled down to the timbers that were there. That's an existing 4-foot wall.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that to level out the yard, that's the reason why that wall has had to go up. At least
Yeah, and as
that-
I say, the fence and the increase in the wall was already approved, but they want to go up a little bit higher, and that's where we put another planting bed below it and plant over that.
Okay. And that view to the left is the same
Yeah.
thing, but with plants?
Yeah.
All right. And my only comment is that I think that you ought to consider lowering the height of the fence if the wall's going up, because you got a 6-foot tall fence on top of a 6-foot tall wall. This feels like a lot. Those are that's my only comment.
Okay, Ray,
I actually agree with
anything else? Val,
I have nothing else.
Carrie,
I was thinking the same thing as Joe, is that fence in the back should be shortened.
okay. Can we go to the site? I agree with that. In fact, I don't think there should be a fence there. It's just basically barricading that off. It changes the whole character of that.
It's already been
area.
approved.
Well, I don't believe it has been approved.
It was on the previous.
Well,
because
okay,
of the new walls and
not to
stuff.
put too fine a point on it, but it was approved on top of a 4-foot wall, and now it's on top of a 6-foot.
No, the wall was already
Right,
expanded,
and
but
Linda,
not that
I
far.
want to say something to you, please. The floor is here with the commission right now. I am very sensitive to when you speak, and we will be more sensitive that you have the floor. I ask that you respond in kind.
Okay, I just watched the previous presenter,
Jesus.
who was back and forth the whole time. So I
Linda?
just want to clarify what's already been approved.
You know what? You don't have to be a hammer.
Well, I
So
don't have to
please
be
stop.
treated differently either,
Stop.
and I'm not going to tolerate that.
Stop. Okay, so starting right now, no one is going to speak out of turn, and that starts now.
With everybody.
Linda, now. You don't have the floor. Thank you. Can we go up to the proposed plan?
That's it.
Yeah, I want to clarify, the fence stops on the left. However, in the rendering, it stops at the retaining wall along the left side. However, in the isometric, it's showing extending down to the road, or at least along the driveway.
Yeah.
One, that's inappropriate. Two, it's inconsistent. Can we please go back to the original plan? Yeah. Okay, can we zoom in on the retaining wall that separates the house from the driveway? And keep going? Like, yeah, even more. And then scroll down. Okay, I do not, nope, I do not see a fence approved at the left side of the stairs ascending.
Stairs are new.
Excuse me. The comment that was made earlier, moments ago, was that the fence at the top of the retaining wall is inappropriate. The comment out of turn, out of order, was that the fence there was approved. There is no fence in the previously approved plan on the left, along the retaining wall on the left side of the stairs ascending. So that comment stands. Can we go back to the proposed plan? So to summarize, my concerns are the height of the rear retaining wall, the fact that there is a fence at the top of the retaining wall, and I want to confirm that the retainage will not have caps, and that it will be a less formal than the rectilinear mass that's shown here, which is very rigid. Those are my concerns. I think that we need, I personally think that we need some revisions and clarifications as to what's proposed. What would you like to do?
Can I make one comment?
Yes, please, Joe.
I noticed on the previous approval, sorry, do you mind scrolling back up to that? On the previous approval, there's a note.
Down.
Yeah. Thank you. If you zoom in on the driveway in the plan, the gray area. Thanks. And show us the driveway. There's a, oh, okay. Well, I'll say the thing. There's a 5-in-1 fence that's proposed, it looks like along the property line.
Yeah.
And then if it could go up just a little.
frozen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it looks like somebody's moving something. Okay, there, right there. That note looks like it says 4-foot solid board fence right in the middle of the driveway. And I can faintly see a red line going.
I thought that was just my imagination. I saw the
Like this, that going, it was approved with a 4-foot board fence on top of that wall. This is a 5-in-1. Now it's showing the 5-in-1 up there. I would be totally fine with the current application with a 4-foot solid board fence on the top of the wall.
On top?
Yeah, it looks like that's what it was approved as
Move it
previously.
over that way.
Yep.
But the rendering shows a 5-in-1. I don't know if that just got
Well, it actually-
transposed.
The rendering shows a solid board fence.
This right here shows proposed solid board.
Yeah, all the more
Yeah.
reason to have clear drawings, these kind of pieced together, cobbled together without heavy arrow lines. It's just really insufficient.
Right.
So that goes back to my comment that we need the
We got
drawings
one
to.
for here, too.
Linda, we need the drawings to be clarified as to what is actually proposed. and we need either a higher resolution of what was previously proposed, so we're not going back and forth on what the facts of that was. Can we get a motion to hold for revisions
Clarification?
and information?
And asking the designer to reduce that height of that 4-foot fence, it's not necessary anymore if you have a 6 feet from the driveway surface to the top of the wall. You
Right.
don't
And-
need another 4 feet on top of it.
And images of the actual stone wall that's proposed versus the rendering.
Well, just a quick follow-up, as I'm allowed under Robert's rules.
Well, can you
The
please acknowledge,
fence,
Linda, can you please acknowledge that you understood what we're requesting?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
As the fence, because there's a grade drop for safety reasons, we put a 4-foot fence up there that was approved, because even before it went up another foot or two, it was a significant drop. You walk right off and fall into the parking lot. And we didn't want anybody seeing the splash pool or being bothered by the splash pool. That's why there's a 5-in-1 fence on the neighbor's side, because they don't want to see it either. So there's a 5-in-1 fence on the property line between us and the guy who's right there, and this splash pool and the driveway. So there's some logistical issues because it drops so far back there.
So the point about the fence along the perimeter was that it is shown in the proposed plan not extending towards the road along the driveway. It is shown in the rendering as extending towards the driveway. Number one. Number two, for a guardrail, you're required to have 3 feet, and that's only in a structure. It's not a landscaping element. Number three, we are looking for modifications that we can approve. I think we've kind of established what it is we're looking for, and we would hold for revisions and clarifying information. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your motion, Carrie?
Yes.
Excellent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimous. We're going to dispense with a couple of quick things here.
What is the ratify approved minutes?
I think, ratify, vote to approve. It may not have been properly posted.
Okay.
So can I get a motion to approve, to ratify the vote of approval of the 5/21/24 minutes?
So moved.
Or, I'm sorry, of the March 12th,
Well,
2024?
yeah, but as done on 5/21, so
Yeah,
moved.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That'll be regular board, Carrie and Joe. Let's see, review minutes, that's nothing we need to act on. I'm just going to make a comment, and I'm going to try and enlist Joe for the third member of our organizational focus committee. We're down a member. Stay tuned, Joe, I'll bend your ear on that.
Okay.
How about a motion to adjourn
Was that from John McLaughlin?
from John McLaughlin? Your first chance.
Can I make a request before we adjourn for getting on an agenda to have it like we have a?
No.
Just put it on the other business.
No, I think that'll go to organizational focus committee.
One, okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, the idea of having a, yeah. Do we have a John McLaughlin?
How would he say it? He'd say, so moved, Mr. Chair.
Let's see, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Regular board, Carrie and Connie. Yeah, no, you were on it.
Okay.
Because Abby's not here.